Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share. Chapter 1, The Path of the Great Swordsman. 998. 999. 1000. Late summer, Konoha year 54, inside the Mei Zhen family dojo. A 6-year-old boy gripped a bamboo sword tightly. The sword was half a head taller than him. He panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. Sweat soaked his gray coarse cloth training outfit, dripping from his short silver hair and hitting the wooden floor. His arms trembled slightly from the effort, and fresh red blisters had formed on his palms. He lowered the bamboo sword, and a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding, daily quest completed. Swing the sword 1,000 times. Quest rating, perfect. Reward, 0.02% inheritance experience. Current Hawkeyes, Hawkeye Mihawk inheritance unlock progress, 0.7%. Mei Zhen exhaled a long breath, sat cross-legged on the floor, and closed his eyes. The next second, his consciousness was pulled into a strange world. There were only black, white, and gray colors here, and the roar of waves crashing against reefs filled his ears. On the edge of a cliff stood a boy with yellow eyes, staring straight ahead. The scene shifted, and more than a dozen sword apprentice peers surrounded the yellow-eyed boy. The boy raised his wooden sword, his figure weaving through them. Without any wasted movement, every strike hit the opponent's weak point. Who? His consciousness returned to reality, and Mei Zhen opened his eyes. He discovered that a warm current was surging through his sore arms, and the fatigue was swept away. More importantly, his mind was filled with countless insights into basic swordsmanship, as if he had practiced for years. That muscle memory, etched into his bones, was incomparably real. As expected of the inheritance from the world's greatest great swordsman. Mei Zhen muttered to himself, looking at his small, calloused hands. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was also called Mei Zhen, a 21-year-old college student. An accident caused him to transmigrate into the Naruto World, possessing the body of a 6-year-old child, Yashita Mizhen. The original owner had a tragic fate. His father was a Konoha Jonin who sacrificed himself during the nine-tailed incident 6 years ago. His mother had fallen ill because of this and passed away half a month ago. The original owner couldn't bear the blow and died of starvation, which allowed him to take over the body. When he first transmigrated and realized he was in the Naruto world, in the same generation as Naruto and Sasuke, his heart went cold. This was a world that emphasized bloodlines and destiny, filled with cheaters, where even cage-level experts were as common as dogs. Without top-tier bloodlines or a tailed beast, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for an ordinary person to survive. It wasn't until over a month ago that he got involved in a fight between older kids and was pushed, bumping his head. The moment blood flowed out, the strongest inheritance system was activated. Drawing from the newbie gift pack, he directly obtained the complete inheritance of Hawkeye Mihawk. As long as he completed daily quests, he could unlock inheritance progress and gain swordsmanship, physique, and haki. For the past month or so, he had locked himself in the dojo, swinging his sword 1,000 times every single day without fail. From a layman who couldn't even hold a wooden sword steadily, he had transformed into a swordsmanship beginner with solid foundations. Grrr. His stomach's protest interrupted his thoughts, and he got up and walked to the sink to wash his face with cold water. Looking at his silver-haired, red-eyed reflection in the mirror, he smiled. Because his father died in the line of duty, Konoha had given a generous pension, which, combined with his parents' savings, was enough for him to live comfortably until adulthood. Besides money, his father had also left behind a scroll. Inside, it recorded the basic chakra extraction method, the 3 academy techniques, and 2 B-rank wind release ninjutsu. But Mei Zhen had only learned the chakra extraction method. The rest were shelved. No matter how flashy ninjutsu is, it is ultimately limited by hand seals and chakra. Mei Zhen wiped his hair with a towel and looked at the unsharpened iron sword in the center of the dojo. He couldn't forget the Summit War, where Naruto Mihawk split an iceberg in two with a casual wave. That power to cleave mountains and split seas was the ultimate. The path of a ninja is too stifling. I will walk the path of a great swordsman. Mei Zhen picked up the bamboo sword again and walked to the center of the dojo. Even though the quest was completed, he still wanted to digest the insights from the spiritual world. Swish! The bamboo sword slashed down, tearing through the air and making a crisp crack. Time flew by, and another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, except for buying groceries, Mei Zhen rarely went out. His reclusive appearance drew sighs and pity from his neighbors. Poor child, after his parents passed away, he must have become autistic. On the morning of the 8th day, a knock on the door broke the silence of the dojo. Mei Zhen, are you home? The voice outside was gentle and patient. Mei Zhen put down the bamboo sword, wiped his sweat, and walked over to open the gate. Standing outside was a young ninja with a horizontal scar across his nose, wearing a Konoha headband with a warm smile. You are Uruka Yumino-sensei. Relying on his previous life's memories, Mei Zhen recognized him at a glance. Oh, you know me. Uruka was somewhat surprised. He gently touched Mei Zhen's short silver hair. I am a new teacher at the Ninja Academy. I heard you have been keeping yourself at home, and I was very worried about you. Uruka looked at him covered in sweat. Are you training? Mei Zhen avoided his hand and nodded. Thanks for your concern. I am practicing swordplay. Uruka looked at the boy's wine-red eyes and sighed. He had seen many orphans of martyrs, but a 6-year-old child this calm and introverted was rare. He took an envelope with the Konoha symbol from his chest and handed it over. This is the admission notice for the Ninja Academy. You are an orphan of a martyr, so you have direct admission eligibility, but you must pass the entrance exam to become a ninja apprentice. Don't treat it as a formality. Might Guy Sr. once almost failed the exam because he couldn't extract chakra. You must be well prepared. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Mei Zhen took the envelope and bowed politely. After seeing Uruka off, Mei Zhen closed the gate and opened the envelope. The enrollment time was set for 5 days later. Looking at the text on the paper, he thought of Naruto and Sasuke. He looked down at his own calloused hands, feeling the faint but solid chakra within his body, and smiled. So what if they are reincarnations of Ashura and Indra? What about the Otsutsuki bloodline? My sword is not weaker than anyone's bloodline. 5 days later, Konoha Ninja Academy, entrance exam grounds. The test was very simple, testing physical fitness, reaction speed, and chakra aptitude. For a 6-year-old child, it was already quite strict. When it was Mei Zhen's turn, the assessment site quieted down. During the obstacle course test, he had no flashy moves. Relying only on a swordsman's breathing technique and muscle control, his figure darted like a cheetah. His footsteps had no wasted movement, and his landing and exertion of force were very steady. Without suspense, he broke the record of recent years and became the student who passed the test the fastest. The chunin in charge of the assessment looked at the stopwatch, looking at each other, full of shock. This kid's taijutsu foundation is too solid. Is he really only 6 years old? I can sense chakra flowing in his body, as expected of Yeshida Mijin's son. Mei Zhen ignored the examiner's exclamations and calmly took his ID card. Over the past month, besides swinging his sword every day, he had been extracting chakra according to the scroll. His powerful soul combined with extreme training made his chakra extraction exceptionally smooth. Chapter 2, full of flaws. Early morning on the first day of school, Mei Zhen stood before the mirror, tidying his clothes. He summoned the system interface. Current Naruto Mihawk inheritance progress, 0.94%. In the mental world, the yellow-eyed boy had already defeated all peers, never tasting defeat. Mei Zhen had not only inherited basic swordsmanship, but also assimilated Hawkeye Mihawk's invincible state of mind. At just 6 years old, he already had over a year of sword training and practical experience. Still not enough. Mei Zhen closed the interface and pushed the door open to leave. He remembered that Hawkeye Mihawk's peak came after setting sail. Those life-and-death tempered sword skills were the essence of the inheritance. Right now, he had just touched the threshold of the way of the sword. Mei Zhen stepped into the classroom, and the noisy room quieted down. Countless gazes fell upon him. His silver hair, red eyes, and composed temperament made him stand out from the crowd. Wow, so handsome. Ino Yamanaka in the front row had stars in her eyes, unable to help but exclaim. What a drag, are kids these days all this precocious? Shikamaru Nara, beside her, held the back of his head and yawned. Shut up, what do you know? Ino Yamanaka glared fiercely at Shikamaru Nara. On the other side, Choji Akamichi was crunching on potato chips, completely unaffected. Mei Zhen glanced at the Ino Shika, Cho trio and did not linger. He walked straight to the back corner by the window and sat down. To him, the Ninja Academy's curriculum was a waste of time. He came here only to learn chakra control and practical auxiliary ninjutsu. At most 1 or 2 years, and I will have enough chakra to perform the shadow clone technique. Mei Zhen watched the falling leaves outside the window, calculating to himself. By then, I'll have a shadow clone handle the classes, while the original body focuses on sword practice. His ultimate goal was to comprehend the first watershed of a pirate swordsman, the voice of all things. Only by listening to the breath of all things could one cut what they want to cut and not cut what they don't want to cut. This was the key to stepping into the realm of a true, master swordsman, and the prerequisite for unleashing flying slashes. As class time approached, the classroom gradually filled with students. Besides the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, he also saw Sakura Haruno in the front row, fawning over Uchiha Sasuke. There was also the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke, and Inuzuka Kiba sleeping on his desk. Shino Aburame, who was acting cool with sunglasses, and Hinata Hyuga, who was blushing in the corner. Of course, there was also Uzumaki Naruto, standing on the podium, shouting and trying to attract attention. The future Konoha Rookie 9 were all present. This year, the Ninja Academy only had 1 class. Dozens of age-appropriate children were crammed into this large classroom. It wasn't a lack of teaching staff, but a cruel elimination mechanism. Not everyone could become a ninja. Right now, more than half of the children hadn't even refined chakra. Chakra was the fusion of mental and physical energy, requiring extremely high talent and comprehension. The school's preliminary courses were designed to train students with aptitude. Those children who couldn't refine chakra or endure hardship would eventually be eliminated and become ordinary villagers. Very few could persist until graduation. Quiet, everyone return to your seats. Uruka Yumino walked onto the podium with the roll call list and scolded with a booming voice. After a brief self-introduction, he led the children to the playground to attend the entrance ceremony. The playground was sunny, and the third Hawkeye, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood on the high platform. He wore the Hawkeye robe and hat, using an aged yet infectious voice to preach the will of fire. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. As the classic lines came out, the children cheered, their faces flushed with longing. But Mei Zhen, standing at the edge of the crowd, remained expressionless. Only he knew that this peaceful village hid filth and darkness. Next year, the third Hawkeye would tacitly approve of Danzo Shimura, in league with Uchiha Itachi, to slaughter the Uchiha clan, sparing neither the elderly nor children. In this village, without strength, one wouldn't even know how they died. There are about 6 years left until the plot officially begins. Mei Zhen calculated secretly. These 6 years are the best time for me to develop in the shadows. According to the 0.02% experience growth per day, that's 7.3% a year, nearly 45% in 6 years. As long as he unlocked half of the Naruto Mihawk inheritance, he would have the confidence to establish a foothold in the ninja world. After the morning entrance ceremony ended, the school didn't schedule any classes. After distributing textbooks, they announced the end of the school day. "Hey, Mei Zhen, we're going to eat barbecue, do you want to come?" Choji Akimichi leaned over, holding half a bag of potato chips. "Yeah, we're all classmates from now on. Let's go and get to know each other." Ino Yamanaka echoed, though her eyes glanced toward Uchiha Sasuke. "Sorry, I have something else to do, maybe next time." Mei Zhen refused without hesitation, grabbed his textbook, and turned to leave, his pace hurried. He was too short on time. Swinging a sword 1,000 times, if an adult did it carelessly, they could finish in half an hour. But for the 6-year-old Mei Zhen, this was a heavy project. The system required standard sword-swinging posture and correct exertion of force. Any deformation or insufficient strength would not count. To control the strength, each perfect swing required at least 10 seconds. He had to rest in between, and after finishing, he had to enter the mental world to comprehend. After the comprehension ended, he still had to digest the insights in reality, and finally, drag his exhausted body to extract chakra. Now that school had started, taking up a lot of time, he had to race against every second. Time flew like a white horse passing a crevice. Mei Zhen had obtained the system for exactly 2 months. On the 19th day after school started, when he completed his 1,000th sword swing, the system notification changed. Ding! Detected that the host's foundation is stable, daily task upgraded. New daily task, swing the sword 2,000 times. Task reward, 0.04% inheritance experience. The quantity doubled directly. Mei Zhen didn't complain, instead showing joy. This meant his speed of getting stronger would also double. At this moment, his Naruto Mihawk inheritance had unlocked to 1.32%. In the mental world, the yellow-eyed boy's opponent had become a young swordsman several years older than him. Yesterday, the yellow-eyed boy had just used a wooden sword to defeat a 16-year-old dojo senior. Thanks to the inheritance assimilation, Mei Zhen's swordsmanship in reality improved rapidly. Now when he swung his sword, he didn't need to deliberately control his posture or strength. Muscle memory made the movements natural, smooth, and precise as a textbook. The 1,000 swings that originally took 2 or 3 hours could now be done in less than an hour. Even with the task doubled to 2,000 times, it took no more than 2 hours. In the evening, Mei Zhen finished his training and went to a tool shop to buy oil for sword maintenance. Passing by the edge of the Ninja Academy playground, he stopped. On the playground, 2 senior students were sparring in taijutsu. Fists and feet collided with a popping sound, drawing gasps from the junior students. In the past, Mei Zhen found this sparring speed extremely fast and dazzling. But now, as he looked at the two, in his line of sight, the movements of the 2 seniors seemed to be slowed down countless times. When the senior on the left punched, his shoulder shrugged too high, exposing a fatal gap under his ribs. When the senior on the right kicked, his center of gravity shifted. A light tap on his knee would make him lose his balance. Full of flaws, Mei Zhen subconsciously simulated a method to break it in his mind. If he were standing there with a sword, he could sever both of their hand and foot tendons in an instant. Is this Naruto Mihawk's insight? Mei Zhen looked at his own hands and smiled. Chapter 3, Fluid Movement. Nearly 2 months into the school year, the daily routine at the Ninja Academy had completely settled into a rhythm. During a break, in the corner of the back row of the classroom, Ino Yamanaka clutched a piece of red yarn, blushing as she approached. "Mei Zhen, Do you want to play a new string figure game with me? The surrounding girls instantly cast envious glances. Mei Zhen had neat, silver, choppy hair, sharp and refined features, and deep, unique wine-red eyes. This appearance had a strong appeal to the girls in his class, who were just beginning to understand romance. At the beginning of the school year, the number of girls surrounding him even surpassed Uchiha Sasuke. Not interested. Mei Zhen didn't even lift his head, continuing to look down at the ninja tool catalog in his hands. This is really fun, I'll teach you. Ino bit her lip, unwilling to give up. I said I'm not interested. Please don't disturb me. Mei Zhen closed the catalog and looked up at Ino. Ino took half a step back under his gaze. Okay. Ino lowered her head, turned around, and ran back to her seat. What's with the act? Uzumaki Naruto stood on his desk, hands behind his head, shouting sourly. You won't even play string figures, how boring. Although Naruto was ostracized by the whole village, he was able to fit in with the boys' games in class. Only Mei Zhen was the most aloof person in the class. He isolated himself from everyone who tried to get close. What a troublesome guy. Nara Shikamaru lay on his desk and yawned. Even harder to get along with than Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, arms crossed, staring at Mei Zhen. Even though he didn't like being surrounded by girls, he wasn't willing to have his spotlight stolen by Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen completely ignored the surrounding discussions and gazes. It wasn't that he didn't want to befriend this group of future powerhouses. It was just that he had the mature mind of a 21-year-old and really couldn't bring himself to play string figures with 6-year-olds. As a hardcore shut-in in his previous life, he was already used to being alone. After school, Mei Zhen returned to his home dojo alone. 1999-2000. Mei Zhen swung his final strike, the bamboo sword cutting through the air with a sharp sonic boom. Sweat dripped down his chin as he summoned the system panel. Hawkeye Mihawk inheritance unlock progress, 1.92%. In half a month, the progress had steadily increased from 1.32%. He sank his consciousness into his mental world. Above the cliff, waves crashed against the rocks. The yellow-eyed youth stood on the edge of the cliff, holding a wooden sword, endlessly repeating the basic movements of chopping, hacking, stabbing, and parrying. For most of the last month, there were no intense battle scenes in his mental world, only the extremely dull insights from practicing swordsmanship. Mei Zhen attached himself to the youth, feeling that stubborn sword intent that could split the heavens and earth. Hawkeye had already dominated that solitary island, with no more opponents. At this moment, Hawkeye was in the first bottleneck and period of consolidation in his swordsmanship career. Only by going out to sea and seeing a wider world could his strength usher in explosive growth. Mei Zhen was not in a hurry. The foundation of swordsmanship needs to be polished over time. A tall building rises from the ground. Since his swordsmanship had hit a bottleneck, he adjusted his training focus to concentrate on tempering his physical body. He focused on polishing the explosive power of his arms and the movement speed of his feet. From then on, the villagers of Konoha could always see a silver-haired figure. The youth, with sandbags tied to his legs, ran at full speed around the outskirts of the village for 2 hours every day. Mei Zhen's schedule became as regular as a precision instrument. At 6 in the morning, he got up on time to exercise. During the day, he attended classes at school to learn theoretical knowledge. At noon, he returned home to complete his system's sword-swinging tasks and entered the mental world to comprehend sword intent. In the evening, he went for a weighted long-distance run, and before going to sleep, he calmed his mind to refine chakra. More than 2 months of training had transformed his body. His thin frame became firm, with smooth, clean muscle lines. The crooks of his thumbs and his palms were covered in hard, thick calluses. During this time, he had no practical combat experience. But relying on the system, He perfectly assimilated Hawkeye's combat experience and calm state of mind. Most importantly, he had honed a pair of sharp eyes that could perceive all flaws. The genin patrolling the streets had movements full of flaws in his eyes. Meizhen secretly evaluated his own strength. Ultimate neural reflexes, precise muscle control, paired with tempered basic swordsmanship. Even against a graduated genin senior who didn't use ninjutsu, he was fully confident of winning. Even for a genin specializing in taijutsu, once he got close, he could defeat the enemy with one strike. But his mind remained clear. Before I can comprehend the breadth of all things, my sword cannot cut through chakra ninjutsu. Meizhen set a clear goal. Before graduation, he must step into the threshold of a master swordsman. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, during the basic theory class on ninja tools, Uruka stood in front of the podium, holding a standard kunai, explaining center of gravity control and throwing techniques. In the corner of the back row by the window, Meizhen sat upright, listening to the lecture. He appeared to be listening intently, but his hands were moving rapidly under the desk. His left hand held a piece of hard ironwood half an arm's length, and his right hand held a practice kunai. The school did not teach sword techniques, only the usage of kunai and shuriken. Bringing a real sword carried high risks, so ironwood was the most suitable material for practice. The blade of the kunai scraped rapidly against the ironwood, the movement steady and calm, without a trace of trembling. His slender fingertips manipulated the kunai with flexible turns, like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Each cut precisely shaved off a thin layer of wood shavings, landing silently. Uchiha Sasuke, sitting diagonally in front, glanced back unintentionally. His body froze. The ordinary practice kunai seemed to have life in Meizhen's hands. Forward grip, reverse grip, fingertip rotation, wrist flips. The movements were as fluid as flowing water. Meizhen never looked down throughout the process, relying only on the touch of his fingertips to carve the perfect arc of a blade into the ironwood. Sasuke gasped. Since childhood, he had received strict kunai and shuriken training from the Uchiha clan. Even the genin within his clan couldn't achieve such extremely fluid control. Meizhen, what are you doing down there? Uruka noticed the commotion in the back row and walked over quickly. The eyes of the entire class instantly focused on Meizhen. Uruka walked to the desk and was about to reprimand him, but his gaze fell on the desktop. An unfinished wooden sword lay quietly, its blade having perfect streamlines and taking initial shape. The practice kunai beside it had its edge worn slightly curled. Uruka was stunned on the spot, his eyes full of shock. He picked up the wooden sword, his fingertips gently stroking the mirror-smooth blade. The arc of the blade was perfect, the weight distribution even. It could be called ultimate. Did you carve this with a kunai? Uruka's voice was full of disbelief. Report, teacher. I am practicing fine control of ninja tools. Meizhen stood up, his expression calm and composed. Uruka placed the wooden sword back on the desk. Your control is excellent, but doing unrelated things in class is prohibited. Let this be a warning. Yes. Uruka turned and returned to the podium, and Meizhen sat down. Chapter 4, Live Combat Duel. The morning theory class officially ended. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, the classroom instantly became lively. Students gathered in twos and threes, discussing where to go for lunch. Meizhen did not linger for a second. He quickly packed his textbooks and strode out of the classroom. He hurried back to his family dojo, took off his coat, and changed into a gray, coarse cloth training uniform. Picking up the bamboo sword that had been his companion for over 2 months, he steadied his stance and adjusted his breathing. Swish. As the first slash fell, the sound of it cutting through the air was crisp and sharp. The movement was clean and efficient, without a single wasted motion or hint of hesitation. 2 months of grueling training had long since etched the sword-swinging motion into his instincts. His muscle memory had fully formed, requiring no conscious adjustment of force or angle. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the dojo, nothing remained but the continuous sound of the bamboo sword cutting through the wind. Mei Zhen's eyes were focused and sharp, his wine-red pupils reflecting the trajectory of the blade. Sweat soaked through his training uniform, dripping from his silver hair onto the floor. His breathing rhythm remained steady, his arms tireless as he pushed his physical limits to the max. 1,998, 1,999, 2,000. With the final slash brought down heavily, Mei Zhen sheathed his sword steadily and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Ding! Daily task complete. Swing sword 2,000 times. Task rating, perfect. Reward, 0.04% inheritance experience. The cold system notification sounded in his mind right on time. Mei Zhen looked up at the wall clock. The entire process had taken 1 hour and 6 minutes. Without a single pause or flaw in his form, he had forcefully completed 2,000 standard sword swings. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to focus, and his consciousness entered the gray-white spiritual world once more. Waves continued to crash against the reef, and the yellow-eyed youth kept practicing basic swordsmanship. Mei Zhen quietly grasped the other's force exertion techniques, experiencing the biting sword intent. Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes. The soreness throughout his body had completely vanished, and his strength and perception had improved once again. He stood up, washed his face, changed into clean clothes, and returned to his peak state. After resting, Mei Zhen set off to return to the Ninja Academy. The afternoon bell rang on time. Uruka walked onto the podium, holding the roll call book, his expression exceptionally serious. Everyone stand up, gather at the playground immediately, and head to the third training ground. The classroom atmosphere instantly turned heavy, and the students looked at each other. Not daring to say anything more, everyone quickly lined up and followed Uruka out of the teaching building. The third training ground was expansive, with dirt ground and surrounded by trees. Several weathered, battered wooden stakes stood on the sidelines, having seen long use in training. 48 students lined up neatly in 4 rows. Uruka stood in front of the formation, his sharp gaze sweeping over every youthful face. You must all be wondering why we have gathered here on such short notice. The 2-month basic entrance examination officially concludes today. As his words fell, a wave of commotion instantly rippled through the ranks. Didn't the entrance exam end a long time ago? We've clearly already been attending classes normally. Quiet. Uruka suddenly raised his voice. Do you think that just because you sit in a classroom, you've truly become a ninja? How naive. At the start of the school year, there were 53 students in the class. Now, only 48 remain. 5 students have been expelled because they could not refine chakra or endure the intensity of the training. A collective gasp of cold air rose from the ranks. Even the usually trouble-averse Shikamaru straightened his posture, his brows furrowed tightly. This is just the beginning. In the coming years, you will undergo countless drills and assessments. Out of the 48, only 15 will eventually receive a Konoha Genin forehead protector. Uruka's gaze subtly swept over Mei Zhen in the corner. Counting the special quota for orphans of martyrs, there were 16 in total. A dropout rate of over 2/3 caused panic to spread rapidly. Mei Zhen stood at the back of the line, expressionless. He knew the cruelty of the ninja world well. This was never child's play, but a filtering ground for the strong. To test everyone's training results over the past 2 months, we are starting the first Taijutsu assessment today. Uruka raised the roster in his hand and announced loudly. The content of the assessment is live combat duel. Opponents will be arranged by me. Private swaps or choosing your own are strictly prohibited. No sooner had he finished speaking than a golden figure suddenly rushed out of the ranks. Great, finally we can have a real fight. Naruto jumped into the center of the field, hands on his hips, looking at Uchiha Sasuke arrogantly. Sasuke, today I will definitely defeat you and let Sakura see who the real genius is. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms, glancing coldly at Naruto. Idiot! Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. What did you say? You stuck up, Sasuke. If you've got guts, let's fight one-on-one right now. Naruto's anger flared up, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward. Uzumaki Naruto. Uruka roared sternly, strode forward, grabbed Naruto by the collar, and lifted him into the air. Did you not hear what I said? Opponents are arranged by me. Get back in line immediately. Let go of me. I'm going to beat Sasuke to a pulp. Naruto struggled in midair, flailing his arms and legs, looking ridiculous. The entire student body burst into laughter, diluting the originally tense and oppressive atmosphere. Uruka, with a dark face, threw Naruto back into the ranks and picked up the roster again. Everyone spread out and form a large circle. When your names are called, the two of you step out to duel. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving the center field empty for the duel. Uruka cleared his throat and announced the list for the first match loudly. The first duel, Meijin versus Hyuga Hinata. As the words fell, the field went silent for an instant, followed by an explosion of lively discussion. Meijin is in the first match. Go Meijin. Several girls' eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Many boys looked jealous, whispering sour remarks. He's just good-looking. He might not be strong in actual combat. His opponent is the young lady of the Hyuga clan. This will be a good show. Meijin raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to be in the first match, and even less that his opponent would be the introverted and shy Hyuga Hinata. He stepped forward and calmly stood in the center of the field. From the ranks, a petite figure slowly walked out. Hyuga Hinata kept her head down, her hands clutching the corners of her clothes tightly. She took small, dainty steps, shuffling to the center of the field and stopping 2 meters away from Meijin. Her small face was flushed red, and she dared not look up at Meijin. Hinata took a deep breath, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzzing. Meijin, hello. Looking at the flustered and nervous Hinata before him, Meijin's cold eyes quietly softened. Hello, Hinata. His voice was calm and gentle, shedding its usual biting chill. Hinata's body trembled suddenly, her eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Thank you. As she spoke, she instantly lowered her head, her ears turning bright red, her breathing slightly ragged. Ino watched, dumbfounded, filled with confusion. The two had never interacted before. Why was Hinata thanking Meijin? Chapter 5, One-Hit Victory. Meijin looked at the extremely shy Hinata, and the evening from 2 months ago surfaced in his mind. That was the first day he had transmigrated here. He was full of despair, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. In a secluded alley, he saw 3 older children surrounding and pushing Hinata. Watching the bullied little girl, the sense of justice in his bones made him unable to stand by. He resolutely rushed forward to stop them, and with his weak 6-year-old body, he took a beating head-on. Finally, he was shoved hard, his forehead hitting a sharp stone, blood flowing freely. It was precisely this injury that activated his cheat. If he hadn't stepped in to help back then, the system wouldn't have activated. Reminiscing over. Uruka's voice rang out suddenly, breaking the silence between the two. This is a practical combat assessment, not a place for idle chatter. Are both sides ready? Meijin collected his thoughts, his eyes returning to a cold and sharp state. He parted his feet slightly, striking a standard fighting stance. Ready. Hinata was startled awake by the stern voice, hastily looking up and nodding repeatedly. Already. Form the seal of confrontation. Both raised their hands simultaneously, index and middle fingers pressed together in front of their chests, forming the sparring seal. Hinata lifted her eyes, her gaze accidentally meeting Mei Zhen's wine-red eyes. In an instant, her heart trembled and her mind felt slightly dizzy. Those eyes had none of the panic of a child, only the calmness of an abyss and the sharpness of a drawn blade. Ever since that moment, 2 months ago when this thin, weak boy stepped forward to protect her, that firm back had been deeply imprinted in the bottom of her heart. After school started, the dazzling and outstanding Mei Zhen was always surrounded by crowds. Timid by nature, she could only hide in a corner and watch silently, not daring to approach. That thank you she had practiced countless times in her heart, yet never dared to speak. Until today, she finally fulfilled her wish to thank him and even received a gentle response. A trace of sweet joy quietly took root and sprouted in her heart. Mei Zhen keenly caught the change in her expression. "If I accidentally hurt you in a moment, please don't mind." "I won't back down," Hinata bit her lip. Mei Zhen did not hesitate, his legs suddenly exerting force. Dust kicked up from the ground as his figure moved like a cheetah, rushing straight toward Hinata. Hinata reacted extremely quickly, worthy of being a legitimate daughter of the Hyuga main branch. The strict training from a young age made her talent for gentle fist far exceed that of ordinary people. Facing the oncoming Mei Zhen, she did not retreat, raising her hand to strike with a palm. The palm wind broke the air. Aiming straight for the acupoints on Mei Zhen's chest, the speed far exceeding that of children her age. But in Mei Zhen's eyes, this palm shadow was infinitely slowed down. The extreme insight of the Hawkeye allowed him to perceive every detail of Hinata's exertion. Mei Zhen did not dodge or evade, raising his right hand to strike the side of her wrist. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Hinata's wrist felt a sudden pain, and the gathered force instantly dissipated. Taking advantage of the moment, she was distracted by the pain. Mei Zhen followed through to seize her arm. He spun around, his back pressing against her chest, and with a burst of force from his waist and abdomen, he gave a sharp tug. The clean and crisp shoulder throw was completed in one go. Hinata's petite body slammed into the muddy ground, kicking up a circle of dust. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe the result before them. "It's over already." Naruto held his head with both hands, his face full of astonishment. Uchiha Sasuke stared fixedly at Mei Zhen in the arena, his brows tightly locked. A stormy sea churned in his heart. This shoulder throw had absolutely no excess movement. If it were him, he might not have been able to dodge it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the girls outside the arena erupted into deafening screams. Mei Zhen is so cool. One-hit victory, as expected of classmate Mei Zhen. Ino Yamanaka's face was flushed red, her hands pressed to her chest, her eyes filled with starlight. Uruka on the sidelines was also filled with shock. He had assumed the duel between two 6-year-old children would be a long, drawn-out probing match. He hadn't expected Mei Zhen to have such seasoned combat awareness, seeing through the flaw at a glance and defeating the enemy with a single move. Mei Zhen ignored the surrounding noise and turned to extend his hand toward Hinata on the ground. Hinata stared blankly at that hand with thin calluses, the pain in her wrist clearly felt. Blushing, she carefully extended her small hand and placed it in Mei Zhen's palm. Mei Zhen applied a little force, pulling her up steadily. "I accept the victory." Mei Zhen withdrew his hand. Hinata's cheeks were burning. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and replied with a mosquito-like "Amen." Afterward, she ran quickly back to the crowd, her heart pounding wildly. Her mind kept replaying Mei Zhen's crisp fighting figure from just moments ago. "First match, Yasuda Mei Zhen wins." Uruka announced loudly, then recorded the results in the roster. The subsequent duels devolved into dragging, messy brawls between ordinary students. Everyone's strength was similar, their moves were chaotic, and each duel took a long time. Mei Zhen retreated to the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, closing his eyes to rest. Until dusk, the long taijutsu quiz finally ended. Uruka announced the dismissal, and the students cheered as they swarmed toward various parts of the village. Mei Zhen did not go home immediately. He took 2 pairs of heavy sandbags from his school bag and tied them to his calves. Along the outskirts of Konoha, he began his daily, unwavering weighted long-distance run. The setting sun elongated his figure. For 2 full hours, he did not stop once. Sweat soaked his clothes, but his breathing rhythm remained steady and undisturbed. The night turned completely dark before the long run ended. Mei Zhen picked up a hearty bento box from a street restaurant and carried it back to his own dojo. He finished a hot shower, ate the bento, and sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. Eyes closed gently, he meditated to refine the chakra in his body. The dojo at night was silent. A long time passed. Mei Zhen opened his eyes, walked to the wooden cabinet in the corner, and took out a dusty scroll. This was a memento left by his father, recording chakra extraction methods and several practical ninjutsu. He slowly spread out the scroll, his gaze locking onto one of the ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. This technique could create a physical clone. After the clone dissipated, the memories and experience would be fully transmitted back to the original body. This was his best method to handle school courses and free up time to practice swordsmanship. Mei Zhen carefully studied the scroll's annotations. The hand seals for Shadow Clone are simple, requiring only a single Ren seal. The difficulty lies not in the speed of the seals, but in the even distribution and precise control of chakra. If chakra is distributed unevenly, the clone will collapse instantly. If there is insufficient chakra volume, it cannot even form. Mei Zhen adjusted his breathing, raised his hands, crossed them, and formed the standard Ren seal. He focused his mind, mobilized the chakra in his body, and distributed it evenly according to the technique's pattern. Poof! White smoke rose suddenly. The smoke cleared, and a figure identical to Mei Zhen stood in place. Mei Zhen, however, frowned slightly with no sign of joy. He sensed the remaining chakra in his body. Just one clone had consumed 1/3 of his reserves. Judging by the rate of chakra depletion, this clone could only last for 30 minutes at most. 30 minutes, not enough to last through a class. Mei Zhen shook his head slightly. With a 6-year-old body, the total amount of chakra was an insurmountable shortcoming. The current reserves were simply insufficient to support a clone to attend school for him. He helplessly stopped his training, dispelled the shadow clone, and went to bed to rest. Chapter 6, Another Shadow Clone. The next morning, the entrance exam was still underway. In the final lesson of the morning, Uruka led the entire class to an outdoor open space to conduct the 3 academy techniques exam. The transformation technique, substitution technique, and clone technique are the 3 fundamental ninjutsu for entry-level ninjas. When it was Mei Zhen's turn, he walked slowly to the center of the field. Without any wasted movement, he formed hand signs at lightning speed. Poof! He transformed perfectly into the image of Uruka, with the scar on his cheek replicated exactly. He formed hand signs again, and his figure instantly swapped with a wooden log beside him. Immediately following that, he formed the ram-snake tiger seals. White smoke puffed up at his side, and a flawless phantom clone took shape. He easily took the top spot with a perfect score in the 3 academy techniques exam. In the afternoon, the shuriken throwing exam began at the target range. Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of the throwing line, his gaze cold and sharp. He exerted force with both hands simultaneously. 10 shuriken flew through the air, tracing clean arcs. Thud, thud, thud. 9 out of 10 shots hit the bullseye, with only one slightly off by half an inch. The entire field immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers and exclamations. That's amazing, as expected of a genius from the Uchiha clan. Soon, it was Mei Zhen's turn. He walked to the throwing line, picked up 10 shuriken, and didn't strike any flashy poses. With a casual wave of his hand, the 10 shuriken shot out like lightning. Thud, 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 thud. 10 muffled sounds followed in rapid succession, forming a single line. All 10 shuriken struck the dead center of the bullseye. The entire field fell silent. The smile on Sasuke's face suddenly froze. He stared fixedly at the bullseye, clenching his fists tightly. On the morning of the third day, the written exam took place as scheduled. Mei Zhen received the test paper, scanned the questions, and began writing rapidly. In less than 20 minutes, he handed in his paper and left, securing a perfect score. The afternoon was the kunai close combat exam. Mei Zhen stood quietly in the field, holding a wooden practice kunai. Relying on the top-tier insight of the Hawkeyes, the movements of his peers slowed down completely in his eyes. No matter who stepped up to challenge him, he defeated them in a single move. He didn't even need to move half a step, relying solely on a flick of his wrist. The tip of the kunai would precisely stop at the opponent's vital throat. Over the 4 consecutive days of exams, Mei Zhen swept all categories with perfect scores. His taijutsu and close combat crushed his peers, his shuriken skills were no less than Sasuke's, and his academic grades were firmly in first place. On the morning of the 4th day, the atmosphere in the classroom was tense, and all the students sat with bated breath. Uruka held the report card and strode onto the podium. He scanned the class and cleared his throat. Now, I will announce the final results of this entrance exam. First place, Yashida Mijan. Perfect score in taijutsu, perfect score in the 3 academy techniques, perfect score in shuriken, perfect score in theory, and perfect score in kunai close combat. Without a doubt, Yashida Mijan is elected as the top student of this ninja academy class. The classroom was instantly in an uproar. Sitting in the corner, Mei Zhen's expression remained indifferent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. The bell for the end of class rang. The girls who had previously been intimidated by his aloof demeanor could no longer contain their excitement. Everyone swarmed forward. Mei Zhen, you're so amazing. Mei Zhen, let's have lunch together. Mei Zhen, can you teach me your shuriken techniques? The classroom corridor was packed with people. Even upperclassmen had come to catch a glimpse of this newly emerged genius. Year 55 of Konoha, summer. A full year had passed since the start of school. Throughout this year, Mei Zhen had firmly held the position of top student in his grade, passing every exam with a perfect score. 3 months ago, his chakra reserves underwent a qualitative leap. The shadow clone he cast could stably persist for over 4 hours. Since then, Mei Zhen's main body had never stepped foot in the school again. Every morning, he would create a shadow clone to go to school for classes. His main body remained in seclusion at the dojo, training his physique, hunting his swordsmanship, and contemplating the way of the sword day and night. Ninja Academy, 3rd training ground. The students were conducting taijutsu sparring. Uchiha Sasuke kicked down his opponent, panting slightly, his gaze locked firmly on the figure under the shade of the tree. Mei Zhen leaned against the tree trunk, holding a book on ninja tool theory, not looking at the training ground once the entire time. Damn it. This guy hasn't participated in a practical combat class for 3 months. How can he be so arrogant? Nearby, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his sore backside and came over. Sasuke, instead of complaining, why don't you go challenge Mei Zhen? Shut up, dead last, Sasuke scolded coldly. Behind a tree not far away, Hyuga Hinata quietly stopped to watch. Her pure white eyes gazed at the young man under the shade, her heart full of confusion. Mei Zhen is becoming more and more inscrutable. The bell for the end of class rang right on time. Mei Zhen, under the shade, closed his book and slowly stood up straight. Time's up. He whispered softly and formed the ram seal with his hands. Poof! White smoke suddenly rose. Mei Zhen's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only the theory book on the grass. The students present all gasped, looking at each other in shock. Another shadow clone. He's actually been using a shadow clone for class the entire time. Uruka walked over with the attendance roll, looking at the book on the ground with a helpless sigh. This child's strength had long since far surpassed that of an ordinary genin. The school had nothing left to teach him. Meanwhile, at Mei Zhen's dojo. Mei Zhen's main body, sitting cross-legged in meditation, felt fragmented memories flooding into his mind. They were all the things his shadow clone had learned and experienced at school today. With a thought, his exclusive system panel quietly appeared. Current Hawkeyes, Hawkeye Mihawk Legacy Unlock Progress, 9.22%. A full year of relentless sword-swinging training, day and night, and extreme physical exertion. The unlock progress of the Hawkeye's legacy was already approaching 10%. Mei Zhen closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into a gray, spiritual world. The roar of waves crashing against the rocks filled his ears. On the edge of the cliff, the once yellow-eyed youth now stood tall and straight. The wooden sword in his hand had been replaced by an ordinary iron sword. The young Hawkeyes stood by the sea day after day, facing the wind and stepping on the waves, swinging his sword repeatedly. Slash, chop, thrust, parry. The simplest basic moves contained an extreme sense of oppression. Mei Zhen's consciousness attached to it, truly feeling the obsession to split the sea. Every sword swing triggered a resonance in his soul. Even without actual sparring, the extreme hunting of the basics caused his strength to skyrocket. Don't know how much time passed. Mei Zhen's consciousness withdrew from the spiritual world. He opened his eyes, got up, and prepared to wash up. Just as he took a step, a sudden change occurred. The whole world fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Mei Zhen's body froze. He could clearly hear his own steady heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Following that, a faint but distinct sound reached his ears. Inhale. Exhale. Chapter 7, Everything Has Breath. Mei Zhen suddenly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the wooden training dummy not far away. This wooden training dummy that had accompanied him for a year was covered in knife marks, looking weathered and old. That faint sound of breathing was emanating from within this lifeless wooden body. Everything has a breath. Mei Zhen stood frozen in place. He rushed to the weapon rack and grabbed an unsharpened katana. He turned and drew the blade. There was no need for flashy moves, and no need to channel chakra. Following the grain of the wooden dummy and tracing the trajectory of that breath, he gently brought his blade down. There was no air blast, no impact. The blade sliced through the hard wooden dummy as easily as cutting through tofu. Mei Zhen sheathed his blade. After a brief moment of stillness, click, the upper half of the half-person tall wooden dummy slowly slid off and crashed onto the floor. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with no splintered wood. A cold system notification echoed through his mind. Ding, detected that the host has comprehended the breadth of all things. Congratulations to the host for successfully stepping onto the path of a master swordsman. A newbie gift pack has been granted. Please check it. Mei Zhen stared at the severed wooden dummy, the fingertips holding the sword trembling slightly. After a year of boring, arduous training, he had finally opened the door to becoming a master swordsman. Open newbie gift pack. Mei Zhen thought silently. Ding, newbie gift pack opened. Obtained item, custom black kimono set. Obtained weapon, bamboo sword Shigeru Kintoki. 2 beams of light flashed, and 2 items appeared on the dojo floor. Mei Zhen leaned down and picked up the black kimono set first. The fabric felt cool to the touch and had a unique texture. Custom black kimono. Crafted from special material, it can autonomously absorb moisture to clean itself, slowly self-heal when damaged, and automatically adjust its size to fit the host's physique. These were all excellent and practical attributes. Mei Zhen immediately took off his sweat-soaked training clothes and put on the new black kimono. The garment clung to his body, automatically adapting to his 7-year-old frame. A cool sensation washed over his entire body, and the sticky feeling of sweat dissipated instantly. He then looked at the bamboo sword on the ground. The wooden scabbard was plain and unadorned, and the hilt was wrapped in white cloth, looking like an ordinary practice bamboo sword. But the name Shiger Kintoki was one he was all too familiar with. He reached out, gripped the hilt, and lifted the bamboo sword. Bamboo sword Shiger Kintoki. In its normal state, it is an ordinary bamboo sword. When wielded by a strong person, it can instantly transform into a real blade that cuts through iron like mud. Mei Zhen walked to the severed wooden dummy and took a deep breath. He raised Shiger Kintoki high and slashed down fiercely. The moment the blade swung, a strange change occurred. The simple bamboo exterior instantly faded away, and the blade erupted with a blinding silver light. A cold, sharp steel edge was suddenly revealed. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, easily splitting the half-dummy again. Mei Zhen moved his mind, restraining his strength. The silver light instantly faded, and the sharp blade turned back into an unremarkable bamboo sword. Good sword. Mei Zhen looked at the blade. It could deceive people in its normal state and erupt with lethal sharpness in battle, perfectly fitting his needs. He put away Shiger Kintoki and set aside his old clothes. Then he sat cross-legged in the center of the dojo, closed his eyes, focused his mind, and entered a state of sword meditation. His breathing gradually became long and steady. A wonderful sensation descended once again. The breath of the floor, the breath of the walls, the breath of the breeze. The breath of all things intertwined and merged, outlining clear contours and weak points in his mind. This was a wonderful state that was difficult to describe with words. Mei Zhen remembered that this was the threshold of a master swordsman, listening to the breath of all things. In the world of One Piece, there are all kinds of magical abilities. There is the voice of all things that can hear the conversations of sea kings and Zanesha. There is also observation haki that can perceive biological aura and predict enemy movements. But the swordsman's breath of all things is completely different from these two abilities. It is not aimed at living things, but at inanimate objects. Wood, stone, soil, water. As long as it is matter that exists in this world, it has its own unique breathing frequency. As long as one can capture this frequency and swing the blade along its texture, one can cut it down without any obstruction. Mei Zhen opened his wine-red eyes and looked down at his hands. He stood up, walked to the weapon rack, and drew an unsharpened iron sword. He walked over to an iron block, used to weigh things down. He closed his eyes, trying to capture the breath of the iron block. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The iron block was completely silent. Mei Zhen frowned and swung the sword down. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The iron sword was sent flying high, vibrating his hand until it went numb. Only a shallow white mark was left on the iron block. As expected, it doesn't work. Mei Zhen put down the iron sword and rubbed his wrist. Although he had now entered the realm of a master swordsman, his physical hardware could not keep up. His 7-year-old bones were not fully developed, and his muscle strength was far from enough. Currently, he could only listen to the breath of less dense objects like wood and stone. As for the breath of steel, he could not yet listen to it, let alone cut it. Days passed by. Half a month later, in the center of the dojo, Mei Zhen held the bamboo sword, Shiger Kintoki, rewarded by the system in his hand. He did not inject any strength, and Shiger Kintoki maintained its most ordinary bamboo sword form. In his left hand, he held a thin piece of white paper. He tossed it casually, and the white paper fluttered down in the air. In Mei Zhen's mind, the words Kushiro said when teaching Zoro in One Piece emerged. A sword that cuts nothing can also cut steel. Mei Zhen stared at the white paper, capturing the breath of that paper in the air. He flicked his wrist, and the bamboo sword turned into an afterimage, slashing diagonally upward against the falling white paper. The airflow did not move. The bamboo sword did not transform into a real blade either. It was just an ordinary bamboo sword that passed through the middle of the white paper. The white paper paused in the air for half a second, then was neatly split into two, slowly drifting down to the floor. The cut was incredibly smooth, just as if it had been sliced by a sharp razor. Mei Zhen sheathed his sword and stood, looking at the two halves of the white paper on the ground. Cutting soft objects with a blunt instrument is the manifestation of the ultimate control over power and breath. With the improvement of his realm, the narrow space of the dojo could no longer satisfy his training needs. He needed a place closer to nature. Mei Zhen changed his training method. He left the village and headed to a remote valley deep in the Konoha forest. It was rarely visited by people, with only a waterfall pouring down from a cliff dozens of meters high, crashing into the pool below and making a deafening roar. Every day, Mei Zhen would stand shirtless on a giant rock under the waterfall, enduring the impact of the water for extreme training. Swinging the sword, meditating, and comprehending the way of the sword. When hungry, he would catch fish in the pool to roast and eat. When tired, he would sit on a flat rock to rest. The forest was muddy, and water splashed everywhere under the waterfall. In the past, he would have wasted a lot of time washing clothes every day. But now, with the black kimono rewarded by the system, everything had become simple. This kimono could not only automatically adjust its size, but also autonomously absorb moisture from the air to clean itself. No matter how he rolled in the mud or how he was washed by the waterfall. As long as he put on the kimono, it would become dry, clean, and spotless within seconds. This saved him a great deal of trouble. Chapter 8, The Stream Cut Off. Time passes without notice in the mountains. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. By the pool beside the waterfall, Mei Zhen sat cross-legged on a rock and summoned the system interface. Current Hawkeye Mihawk Hawk. Inheritance unlock progress, 11.36%. The progress had broken through the 10% mark. Mei Zhen closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the spiritual world with practiced ease. The scene before him was no longer that dull, isolated island. A small boat, shaped like a coffin, sailed across the turbulent ocean. At the bow, 2 candles burned, emitting a faint green light. Hawkeye, now a young man, sat on the boat with his arms crossed, a massive black sword strapped to his back. His gaze was sharper than ever before. This was a scene from after Hawkeye had set sail. A massive pirate ship appeared ahead. The deck was crowded with vicious pirates wielding blades and guns. Ha 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 ha, one person dares to sail on the Grand Line. Go and grab that kid's treasure. Hawkeye stood up slowly and drew the black sword from his back. He swung it casually. A massive, deep blue slash, dozens of meters long, soared into the sky, tearing through the air and instantly slicing across the pirate ship's hull. The pirate stared with wide eyes, frozen in place. What kind of monster is this? Before the words could finish, the massive pirate ship split in two from the middle, collapsed, and sank to the bottom of the sea. The scene shifted, and Hawkeye appeared in a dojo. Facing the siege of dozens of swordsmen, he moved with leisure, every strike fatal. After setting sail, Hawkeye's battles became more frequent, and the enemies he faced grew stronger. In life and death struggles, his strength skyrocketed. Mei Zhen's consciousness attached itself to Hawkeye, greedily absorbing this precious combat experience. The details of every battle, the timing of every sword swing, the weak points of every enemy, all were assimilated by him and carved into his muscle memory. A few hours later, Mei Zhen opened his eyes in reality. He stood up and drew the Shiger Kintoki. His gaze locked onto an ordinary rock, half a person tall, located 3 meters away. The frequency of its breath appeared in his mind instantly. He struck casually. The bamboo sword left an afterimage in the air. Snap! The hard stone split neatly down the middle, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. After 3 months of assimilation, his understanding of the breadth of all things had deepened. Now, he didn't need to search deliberately. A casual strike could cut through an ordinary stone. On the day he stepped into the realm of a master swordsman, and his inheritance progress broke 10%, the system's daily tasks changed. New daily task: perform 300 slashes daily. The number of tasks plummeted from 2,000 to 300. However, the difficulty increased exponentially. Swinging a sword was merely a simple muscular movement. But a slash required complete concentration of spirit and energy, carrying the will to cut through everything, and had to be swung accurately in line with the breadth of all things. Every slash consumed a massive amount of mental and physical energy. 300 slashes were more exhausting than 2,000 swings. That evening, the setting sun dyed the Konoha forest orange-red. Meizhen stood by a small stream downstream from the pool. The water was crystal clear, flowing with a gurgle. He held the Shiger Kintoki in his right hand, feet slightly apart, striking a drawing stance. His gaze watched the flowing stream calmly. Meizhen took a deep breath, capturing the breath of the stream. He swung with one hand. Swish! The Shiger Kintoki slashed down from above. The blade stopped half an inch from the water's surface. It did not touch the water, but a miraculous scene occurred. On the surface of the previously smooth-flowing stream, a straight mark suddenly appeared. The water rolled to both sides, revealing a 2-meter-long dry gully in the middle. The flow of water had been forcefully severed. At the same time, the bamboo sword in Meizhen's hand erupted with a brilliant silver light. The bamboo skin peeled away, transforming into a sharp, real sword capable of cutting iron like mud. The Shiger Kintoki felt its master's intent to slash and transformed into a sharp blade. Meizhen did not stop. He stood by the stream, swinging his sword continuously. Once, 10 times, 50 times. With every strike, a deep gully appeared on the stream's surface. Sweat slid down his cheeks, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In this continuous swinging, he completely grasped the mystery of the slash. A slash was not just physical destruction. It was an extension of the will. When this will became strong enough, it could break free from the constraints of the blade and form a materialized attack. That was sword energy. Once this slash became completely materialized, he would be able to master the signature skill of a master swordsman, the flying slash. By then, taking a head from 10 meters away would be nothing more than a flick of the hand. Meizhen sheathed his sword. The Shiger Kintoki turned back into an ordinary bamboo sword. He looked at his calloused hands, his gaze deep. The next day, deep in the Konoha forest, the stream flowed with a gurgle. Meizhen held the Shiger Kintoki, feet slightly apart. Swish! The bamboo sword slashed down from above. A 2-meter-long dry gully instantly appeared on the smooth surface of the stream, the water flow forcefully severed. Just as he was preparing to swing the next strike, a soft, timid voice came from behind him. Meizhen Tanksu. Meizhen's movements paused. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Behind a large tree a dozen meters away, a petite figure was hiding. Hyuga Hinata was wearing a light gray jacket, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, looking at him with a face flushed bright red. Meizhen put away the bamboo sword, feeling somewhat surprised. With his current sensory abilities, he actually hadn't detected Hinata's approach in advance. This girl had quite a knack for concealing her presence. Why are you here? Meizhen's tone was calm. Hearing the question, Hinata's shoulders shrank violently. She waved her hands in a panic. Sorry, I didn't mean to follow you. I was just very curious why you weren't going to school. Meizhen looked at her without speaking. Hinata took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her nervous emotions, and explained stammeringly. A few days ago, I just unlocked the Byakugan. This morning on the way to school, I accidentally activated the Byakugan and I saw that in your house, there were 2 identical chakras. Later, I saw one of you leave for school, and the other you walk towards the forest. I felt strange, so I couldn't help but follow you all the way here. The more Hinata spoke, the quieter her voice became, and by the end, she had almost buried her head into her chest. After hearing this, Meizhen suddenly understood. So it was the Byakugan. The Hyuga clan's bloodline limit possessed a 360-degree field of vision and X-ray capabilities, able to see through the flow of chakra inside a human body. The shadow clone technique would divide the user's chakra equally. In the vision of the Byakugan, the original and the shadow clone were indeed identical. No wonder Hinata had discovered the clue. Chapter 9, The Uchiha Clan Massacre. Seeing Hinata's anxious and uneasy expression, Meizhen softened his voice. It's okay, I don't blame you. No need to be so nervous. Hearing this reassurance, Hinata's tense body relaxed slightly. She quietly raised her head, her pure white eyes filled with confusion. Meizhen, what exactly is the ninjutsu you used to go to school? That is the shadow clone technique, Meizhen answered calmly. Shadow clone. Hinata froze, her small mouth slightly agape. Although she was introverted, as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main branch, her knowledge was naturally not low. The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu. It not only requires extremely high chakra control, but also a massive amount of chakra to support it. The classmates in class are currently stumbling, even with the most basic 3 academy techniques, yet Meizhen has actually already mastered the shadow clone. How long have you been using a shadow clone to go to class? About half a year, I suppose, Meizhen answered casually. The look in Hinata's eyes, when she looked at Meizhen, changed completely. The original fear disappeared, replaced by pure admiration. Meizhen took in the changes in Hinata's expression, understanding everything in his heart. When watching anime in his past life, he had always favored this gentle and introverted girl. Come over and sit, aren't you tired of standing? Meizhen pointed to a flat stone beside him. Hinata was flattered, and 2 blushes flew onto her cheeks again. She walked over with small, quick steps and sat down cautiously, keeping a half-meter distance. The 2 sat side by the stream. Sunlight spilled onto them through the gaps in the leaves, the atmosphere quiet and peaceful. How have you been feeling in your taijutsu class at school recently? It's okay. Uroka-sensei teaches very carefully. Don't be impatient with your gentle fist training. The basics are the most important. I'll remember that. Hinata had a shy personality and rarely spoke on her own initiative. Every time Meizhen turned to look at her, their gazes would meet in midair, and she would shyly lower her head as if electrocuted. She twisted her hands together, looking very well behaved. Meizhen didn't feel bored either, occasionally giving her pointers on her chakra refinement techniques. Before they knew it, the sun had risen very high. Hinata suddenly realized how much time had passed and hurriedly stood up. Oh no, class is about to start. I have to get back to school immediately. She brushed the dust off her body, hurriedly preparing to leave. After taking just 2 steps, she stopped, turned around, and her eyes filled with anticipation. Meizhen, will you still come back to school for classes in the future? Meizhen shook his head. The daily classes aren't of much use to me, so I won't be attending. I will only go in person when there are major assessments. Hearing this answer, Hinata's eyes dimmed, and a wave of disappointment surged in her heart. Just then, Meizhen changed the subject. However, if you don't have any plans in your free time, you can come here to find me. We can train together. Hinata suddenly raised her head, her face full of disbelief. Really? Will I not be disturbing you? Of course not, Mei Zhen smiled. Okay, I will definitely come. She quickly agreed, as if afraid Mei Zhen would change his mind, and ran quickly toward the outside of the forest. After running quite far, she couldn't help but look back at the silver-haired figure standing by the stream, a sweet smile hanging on her lips. After seeing Hinata off, Mei Zhen composed himself and gripped Shigeru Kintoki tightly again. He walked downstream to the pool and continued his daily sword strike training. Swish, swish, one strike after another. With every swing, he focused his spirit and energy intensely, striving to capture the breathing of the water flow. Until all 300 strikes were completed. Walking on the way home, Mei Zhen was secretly puzzled. At this time in the past, the shadow clone that went to school to substitute should have already dispelled the ninjutsu and transmitted the memories back to the main body. Why hasn't it returned yet today? Could something have happened at school? He didn't overthink it and quickened his pace back to the dojo. It wasn't until evening, as the sun set, that the sky gradually darkened. Poof! In the center of the dojo, a puff of white smoke rose. The shadow clone that had been out finally returned. Mei Zhen immediately formed seals and dispelled the shadow clone technique. A massive amount of memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, accompanied by the exhaustion the shadow clone had accumulated all day. Mei Zhen frowned tightly and rubbed his throbbing temples. After receiving the information from the outside world, he finally understood the reason for the shadow clone's late return. The school suddenly announced an extension of class hours today, and all students were kept in the classrooms until evening before being allowed to leave. Not only that, the atmosphere in the village became unusually tense, with Anbu ninjas patrolling everywhere. Physically and mentally exhausted, Mei Zhen had no energy to delve into the reasons. He finished washing up early and lay down on the bed to rest. That night, he rarely skipped his chakra refinement and fell into a deep sleep directly. The next morning, his biological clock woke Mei Zhen up on time. After a night's sleep, the exhaustion was swept away, and his state returned to its peak. He got up on time, put on his weighted sandbags, walked out of the house, and prepared for his daily morning exercise. As soon as he walked onto the street, he sensed something was wrong. The street, usually quiet in the morning, was now crowded with villagers. Everyone was whispering in twos and threes, their faces filled with shock and panic. Have you heard? Something big happened last night. How could I not have heard? The Uchiha clan is all gone. Oh my God, that was Konoha's strongest clan. Who on earth did it? I heard it was Uchiha Itachi. He personally wiped out the entire clan, not even sparing the elderly and children. It's too terrifying. Such a strong clan in the past, and now only that child Sasuke remains. Hokage-sama has already issued a wanted warrant. Uchiha Itachi has since become an S-rank rogue ninja. The villagers' discussions were incessant, and a feeling of fear spread through the air. Standing at the street corner, hearing these words, Mei Zhen finally understood the real reason for the school extending class hours yesterday. The Uchiha clan massacre had already occurred. No wonder there were Anbu everywhere in the village yesterday. No wonder the school had to keep students in the classrooms. All of this was to seal off information and prevent accidents from happening. Knowing the plot, Mei Zhen's expression was calm. He didn't make a fuss like the other villagers. The Uchiha clan attempted to launch a coup d'etat to seize power in Konoha. The Konoha higher-ups, in order to maintain the stability of the village, issued the order to annihilate the Uchiha. Behind this, many forces were involved. The compromise of the third Hokage, the conspiracy of Danzo, and the fueling of the flames by Abaito. And Uchiha Itachi, that boy hailed as a genius, was even more helpless. In order to protect his younger brother Sasuke, and for the peace of the village, he bore all the blame and personally slaughtered the clan that raised him. From then on, he carried the infamy of a clan-killing rogue ninja, enduring and planning in the shadows, infiltrating the Akatsuki organization to act as a spy. This was a power struggle, a cruel political purge. But these disputes had nothing to do with him. At present, his own strength was still insufficient. He hadn't even managed to listen to the breathing of steel, let alone participate in this level of struggle. Only by focusing on improving his swordsmanship was the right path. Chapter 10, Observation Haki. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and 3 years vanished in the blink of an eye. The 58th year of Konoha Village. For the 10-year-olds, only 2 years remained until graduation from the Ninja Academy. In these 3 years, Konoha Village had undergone earth-shattering changes. The shadow of the Uchiha clan's annihilation had gradually faded, but for some, the pain was forever etched into their bones. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Uchiha Sasuke walked through the crowd with his hands in his pockets and a cold expression on his face. He had shed his former childishness, becoming aloof and cold, his eyes always carrying a chill that kept people at a distance. The trauma of the night of the clan's annihilation drove him to train frantically, and his strength in class advanced by leaps and bounds. This cold, unapproachable demeanor only made him more popular with the girls. Sasuke is so handsome, even the way he walks is so cool. He's gotten stronger again. In the combat class just now, he defeated his opponent in a single move. Even Uruka Yumino praised him. It's a pity he never talks to anyone. It would be great if he could say something to me. Sakura Haruno held her face in her hands, gazing at Sasuke's back with infatuation, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Just then, a figure with messy silver hair walked out of the classroom. The atmosphere on the playground was instantly ignited. Meizhen is out. Look, Meizhen is still as composed as ever. The girls' attention shifted instantly, and they swarmed forward, surrounding the silver-haired figure completely. Over these 3 years, Meizhen had firmly maintained his position as the top student in the grade. Whether it was theoretical assessments or taijutsu duels, he was always the undisputed top scorer, keeping Sasuke firmly in second place. Sasuke stopped, turned his head to glare at the silver figure surrounded by adoring students, and clenched his fists tightly. Meizhen. Sasuke stepped forward and said coldly, I challenge you to the combat class this afternoon. Meizhen, surrounded by the crowd, turned his head and looked at Sasuke expressionlessly. As you wish. But the Meizhen in front of him was nothing more than a shadow clone. His current strength had long since far exceeded the level required for a trainee ninja. Meanwhile, at the Meizhen dojo, on the spacious wooden floor, 2 figures were engaged in intense combat. Byakugan, activate. Hinata gave a sharp cry, and the veins around the corners of her eyes instantly bulged. A sharp glint flashed in her pure white eyes, and the chakra inside her body surged wildly along her meridians. She wore a tight-fitting training outfit, her palms moving rapidly, creating gusts of wind. Her gentle fist technique was continuous, with every move aimed directly at the chakra meridians around Meizhen's body. Over these 3 years, Hinata had also learned the shadow clone technique. Every day, she would quietly leave a shadow clone at school to handle classes, while her real body would run here to train with Meizhen. In order to keep up with Meizhen, she had put in sweat that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Through their daily time together, the bond between the two grew deeper with each passing day. Facing Hinata's storm-like attacks, Meizhen's response seemed incredibly eerie. With his hands behind his back and wearing a black kimono, his eyes were actually covered by a thick black cloth. Left, Meizhen said calmly, sidestepping slightly as Hinata's palm brushed past his hem. Lower right. He moved his feet lightly, dodging Hinata's attack aimed at his lower body as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. No matter from which angle Hinata launched her attack or how fast she was, Mei Zhen could always react half a second in advance. His posture was elegant and agile, as if he could predict the future. Mei Zhen, I'm going to speed up. Hinata gritted her teeth, the chakra in her body surging wildly. Her palms turned into a sky full of afterimages, sealing off all of Mei Zhen's escape routes. Mei Zhen smiled. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his body lunging forward, piercing directly through Hinata's defensive line of palm shadows. He raised his right hand, his two fingers joined together. He tapped lightly on Hinata's smooth forehead. You lost, Hinata. Hinata stopped her movements, deactivated her Byakugan, and panted slightly. Although she had lost, there was no sign of discouragement on her face. Mei Zhen, you're too amazing. Mei Zhen raised his hand and took off the black cloth covering his eyes. He looked at the girl before him, who was growing increasingly graceful, and his gaze softened. He reached out and gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Your gentle fist has improved a lot. Your speed and strength are much better than last month, and your chakra control is also better. Hinata's cheeks turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Rest for 10 minutes. We are getting ready to start the next stage of training. Hinata nodded obediently and walked to the side to drink water and wipe her sweat. 10 minutes later, Mei Zhen picked up the black cloth again and covered his eyes tightly. He walked to the center of the dojo. Hinata, attack me with the Shiger Kintoki. Hinata walked to the weapon rack and picked up the bamboo sword. She gripped the handle with both hands, her expression becoming incredibly serious. I'm coming. Hinata exerted force with her feet, and her figure instantly rushed in front of Mei Zhen. The bamboo sword, carrying a fierce gust of wind, slashed directly at Mei Zhen's head. Mei Zhen didn't even move, just tilted his head slightly. The bamboo sword missed, slicing through the air past his ear and hitting the floor with a dull thud. Hinata didn't pause. She flipped her wrist, and the bamboo sword swept horizontally toward Mei Zhen's neck. Mei Zhen leaned his upper body backward and dodged it again. In the next 10 minutes, Hinata launched attacks from various tricky angles. Slashing, chopping, stabbing, and lifting. Every move was aimed directly at Mei Zhen's vital points. But Mei Zhen was like a roly-poly toy, always able to dodge all attacks with minimal movement at the critical moment. Even the sneak attacks Hinata launched from his blind spot, he could sense the movement in advance and easily neutralize them. This was the observation haki he had awakened. It was also one of his biggest gains over these 3 years. The observation haki from the pirate world could strongly sense the presence of others, reading the position, number, and next move of enemies outside one's line of sight. This brand new sensory ability far surpassed the conventional sensory ninjutsu in the Naruto world. It didn't require hand signs, and it didn't require releasing chakra. As long as observation haki was activated, every rustle of wind and grass within 100 meters, the contraction of enemies' muscles, and the flow of chakra were all within his control. Who? Hinata stopped her attack, leaning on the bamboo sword and panting heavily. Mei Zhen, this sensory ability of yours is simply more terrifying than our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Mei Zhen took off the black cloth and brushed the dust off his body. Byakugan requires chakra consumption, and it has blind spots. But this ability of mine, as long as I have enough mental energy, can be maintained continuously, and it has no blind spots. Mei Zhen didn't explain the origin of observation haki in detail. This involved his biggest secret. He summoned the system panel to check his progress. Current Hawkeye's Hawkeye Mihawk inheritance unlock progress, 33.26%. After 3 years of hard training, the progress had finally broken through the 30% mark. The Hawkeyes in his mental world had already grown to be very powerful. In countless life-and-death battles, he had successfully unlocked armament haki and observation haki. That earth-shattering power made Mei Zhen feel a chill in his heart when assimilating the memories. A year ago, Mei Zhen had started trying to practice these two types of haki. But he soon discovered a fatal problem. Armament haki required an extremely strong body as a foundation. Although he engaged in extreme physical training every day, his 10-year-old body had not fully developed, and the density of his bones and muscles could not reach the threshold for armament haki. Forcing the practice of armament, haki would only cause his body to collapse. With no other choice, he had to temporarily give up armament haki and devote all his energy to the cultivation of observation haki. Observation haki was more inclined toward the use of mental energy and perception. Mei Zhen had lived 2 lifetimes, so his mental energy was already far superior to that of ordinary people. It took him only 3 months to successfully awaken observation haki. In the next 7 months, he constantly honed it through actual combat and meditation, finally mastering this divine skill preliminarily. Besides observation haki, his swordsmanship also advanced by leaps and bounds. "Let's go, Hinata." Mei Zhen picked up his katana and walked out of the dojo. "We are going to the waterfall behind the mountain." The two went together to the waterfall deep in the Konoha village forest. A massive torrent of water poured down from a cliff dozens of meters high, crashing into the pool below and making a deafening sound. Water vapor filled the air, blocking out the sky and sun. Hinata looked at the violent water flow, her eyes full of awe. This kind of power of heaven and earth was simply not something that human power could contend with. Mei Zhen stood on a giant rock by the pool and drew his katana. He did not activate observation haki, nor did he use chakra. He just listened quietly to the breathing sound of the waterfall. The breathing of all things was clearly audible to his ears. In the next second, his eyes narrowed, and a daunting light burst out from his wine-red pupils. Holding the sword with one hand, he swung it fiercely from bottom to top. Swish! A visible, translucent sword aura broke through the air, carrying the terrifying momentum of cutting through everything, rushing upstream. The massive waterfall, several meters wide, was forcibly split in two by this sword aura. The water rolled backward, and splashes flew everywhere in the sky. The waterfall displayed a spectacle of being broken for 3 seconds. Hinata stood not far away, staring blankly at this scene. She tightly covered her small mouth with both hands, and an unprecedented brilliance burst out from her pure white eyes, her heart beating violently. Her heart was filled with adoration and infatuation. Chapter 11, Unrivaled Swordsmanship. Spring, 60th year of Konoha. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling directly onto the Hawkeye rock. The 4 massive stone faces had been painted in colorful graffiti, looking utterly ridiculous. Uzumaki Naruto was holding a paint bucket, shouting and hollering on the nose of the 3rd Hawkeye. Mei Zhen stood before the window of his dojo, watching the farce in the distance with a calm gaze. He wore a specially made black kimono, his silver, choppy hair gently stirred by the breeze. In his hand, he held a thick notebook, its pages densely packed with square Chinese characters. Before he knew it, he had been in this world for 7 full years. From a 6-year-old child who could not even hold a wooden sword steady, he had grown into a youth who had integrated swordsmanship into his very bones and blood. Today was the day the plot officially began. Mei Zhen had deliberately paused his daily, unwavering high-intensity training. He had also instructed Hinata in advance not to come to the dojo to see him today. He needed an absolutely quiet environment to organize his plans for the future. The time span was too long, and many plot details from his past life's memories had begun to blur. He had to thoroughly sort them out while he could still remember them. This notebook, written in Chinese characters, recorded the most core information about this world. Except for himself, no one in this world could understand these characters. Mei Zhen opened the notebook, his fingers slowly sliding over the rough pages. March, Ninja Academy graduation exam, formation of Team 7, Kakashi's survival exercise. May, Land of Waves mission, encounter with Zabuza Mamachi and Haku. June, Genin frantically accept low-level missions to accumulate enough mission volume to qualify for the Chunin exams. July, Chunin exams officially begin. Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan erupts. The third Hokage falls. Meijin recited these key nodes in his heart. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose and dissipated. The shadow clone that had been attending school in his place dispelled the ninjutsu. A massive amount of memories flooded into his mind instantly. Mei Zhen closed his eyes, quickly digesting the information. It was indeed restless in school today. Naruto was graffitiing on the Hawkeye rock and was personally dragged back to the classroom by Uruka. To punish Naruto, Uruka held a surprise test on the transformation technique. Naruto formed hand seals and cast the sexy jutsu, directly stimulating Uruka to the point where his nose bled profusely, and he fell backward. The whole class was dumbfounded, while Sasuke looked utterly disdainful. Tomorrow was the official graduation exam. The content of the exam was the clone technique, which Naruto was least skilled at. Meijin sneered. According to the original trajectory, Naruto would definitely be eliminated tomorrow due to failing the clone technique. Afterwards, he would be seduced by Mizuki to go to the Hawkeye building to steal the scroll of seals. Eventually, he would learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu in the forest, defeat Mizuki, gain Uruka's recognition, and successfully graduate. Mei Zhen closed the notebook and locked it in the secret compartment by his bedside. He turned and walked to the weapon rack, picking up the seemingly ordinary bamboo sword. Shigeru Kentoki. Even though he had paused his high-intensity training, the system's daily tasks still needed to be completed. He walked to the center of the dojo, feet slightly apart, gripping the hilt with both hands. He swung the blade. The moment the bamboo sword slashed down, a dazzling silver light suddenly erupted. The bamboo skin peeled away, revealing a real sword capable of cutting through iron like mud. Mei Zhen did not use chakra, wielding it entirely by relying on his physical strength and swordsmanship realm. He closed his eyes, his mental energy spreading to the surroundings. Every sound around him was clearly amplified in his ears. The texture of the wooden floor, the flow of the air, the floating of dust motes. 300 slashes were completed in one go, without any hesitation. Shigeru Kentoki transformed back into an unremarkable bamboo sword and was steadily put away by him. When the task was completed, it was already dusk. The setting sun dyed the floor of the dojo a shade of orange-red. A light sound of footsteps came from outside the gate. The wooden door was gently pushed open. Hyuga Hinata stood at the doorway, carrying an exquisite 3-layered bento box. "Mr. Meijin, I'm coming in. Didn't I instruct you that there was no need to come today? I was afraid you would forget to eat dinner by yourself." Hinata walked to the living room and placed the bento box on the low table. She was 12 years old now. She had shed that former timidity and extreme fragility, with a newfound, confident composure between her brows. Her pale purple long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, and her pure white eyes were full of tenderness and thoughtfulness. Meijin sat down opposite her. He opened the bento box, which contained carefully prepared rice balls, tamagoyaki, and tempura. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of tamagoyaki, and put it into his mouth. "It tastes very good." A sweet smile bloomed on Hinata's face, her hands placed obediently on her knees. "It was lively at school today, right?" Meijin asked while eating. "Yes," Naruto was scolded by Uruka again. "He used that sexy jutsu, right?" Hinata's face flushed red instantly. Was the scene very spectacular? Hinata was so shy that she covered her face, even her neck turning red. Seeing her like this, Mei Zhen felt great and the atmosphere in the dojo was very warm. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. The stars dotted the night sky. Meizhen and Hinata walked side by side on the streets of Konoha. He was responsible for seeing Hinata home. The two walked very slowly, enjoying this rare tranquility. "Tomorrow is the graduation exam. Are you nervous?" Meizhen broke the silence. "A little, but I have already mastered the clone technique very well. Just perform normally. You will be fine." "Thank you, Mr. Meizhen." Passing several street corners, the silhouette of the Hyuga clan's massive mansion appeared in sight. Meizhen stopped his steps. "Let's stop here." Hinata turned around, her eyes filled with a bit of reluctance. "Mr. Meizhen, won't you come in and sit for a while?" "No, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early." Meizhen watched Hinata walk into the side gate of the Hyuga mansion and turned back the way he came. Back home, the dojo was quiet. Meizhen lit the oil lamp on the table. By the dim light, he took out that Chinese character notebook again, carefully deliberating on every step of his plan for the future. It wasn't until late at night, when the lamp oil was about to run out, that he put the notebook away. He blew out the lamp. Meizhen lay on the tatami mat and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank rapidly. A strange, gray-white world. Waves were crashing crazily against the reefs, making a deafening roar. Meizhen's consciousness directly possessed Hawkeye. At this moment, Hawkeye had long since shed his greenness and had become a powerful figure who shook the seas. Opposite him stood a red-haired man. The man held the Western sword Griffon, his eyes sharp. The momentum of the two climbed crazily in midair. Even the clouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart. Hawkeye slowly drew the black blade, Yoru, from behind his back. Without any superfluous words, the two charged at each other simultaneously. The black blade and the Western sword collided violently. Terrifying haki swept the surroundings like a storm, and the sea beneath their feet was split in two by this power. Chapter 12, quietly getting off the market. The faint light of dawn pierced through the dojo's window lattice, falling onto the wooden floor. Meizhen slowly opened his eyes. The moment he awoke, an invisible force of perception radiated wildly outward with him at the center. The power penetrated the dojo walls, swept past pedestrians on the street, and instantly covered more than half of Konoha village. The movements of the entire village flooded into his mind, without reservation. The soft sound of falling leaves, the footsteps of Anbu ninjas moving across rooftops, the chatter of villagers starting their morning fires. Every sound was clear and vivid, as if right beside his ears. The massive perception vanished in an instant, all of it retracting back into his body. Meizhen sat up from the tatami mat, looking down at his hands, feeling the heart-stopping power within his body. This was more than just an extension of observation haki. This was the embryonic form of the great swordsman realm. In the spiritual world last night, he had witnessed the peak duel between Hawkeye Mihawk and red-haired Shanks with his own eyes. The black blade collided with the Western sword, tearing through the clouds and splitting the sea. The terrifying pressure of the pinnacle of swordsmanship and the extremely pure sword intent completely shattered his past understanding of sword arts. This duel broadened his horizons, allowing his understanding of the way of the sword to achieve a qualitative leap. The system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, current Hawkeye Mihawk inheritance unlock progress, 47.86%. The inheritance progress soared significantly, leaving only a tiny distance to reach 50%. Meizhen walked to the sink, splashing cold water on his face to completely dispel the lingering sleepiness. He changed into a custom black kimono and quickly formed the Ren hand seal. Poof! As the white smoke cleared, an identical shadow clone appeared in place. Go to the Ninja Academy and take the graduation exam. Leave it to me. The shadow clone nodded in agreement, pushed the door open, and strode toward the ninja academy. Mei Zhen's main body sat quietly in the center of the dojo, placing the Shigure Kintoki in its bamboo sword form across his knees, and closed his eyes to enter a state of sword meditation. His breathing gradually became long and steady. He no longer deliberately released his observation haki, keeping all his mental energy contained. He focused on sensing the breathing and rhythm of everything around him. The grain of the floor seemed to inhale and exhale, the dust in the air rose and fell, and the bamboo sword on his knees pulsed with a faint rhythm. He needed to internalize the gains from last night's peak duel and stabilize the great swordsman realm he had just stepped into. The morning passed quietly in meditation. Near noon, familiar footsteps sounded outside the dojo. The door was pushed open, and the shadow clone walked in slowly. In his hand, he held a brand new Konoha Genin forehead protector and a bento box wrapped in a pink cloth. Mei Zhen opened his eyes and stood up, reaching out to take the forehead protector and the bento box. With a thought, white smoke rose, and the shadow clone dissipated. A massive amount of memories flooded into Mei Zhen's mind. The graduation exam was still the clone technique, and the entire class passed smoothly, successfully obtaining their forehead protectors. Only Uzumaki Naruto failed repeatedly, judged by Uruka as failing, becoming the only one who did not graduate. Everything in the plot was still proceeding along the original historical trajectory. Mei Zhen had no heart to worry about Naruto. He sat down at the low table, untied the cloth, and opened the bento box. The rich aroma of food wafted toward him. Rabbit-shaped rice balls, golden, thick-rolled omelets, and a fresh vegetable salad were arranged neatly. This was a bento made by Hinata herself. He picked up his chopsticks and ate his lunch quietly. After 3 years of being together day and night, Hinata's cooking had become increasingly exquisite, having long since firmly captured his appetite. After finishing his meal, Mei Zhen washed the lunch box, set it aside neatly, and waited quietly. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the door again. The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed, and the dojo door was gently pushed open. Hyuga Hinata walked in, holding a spare key, looking lovely. She was wearing a light purple jacket, with a brand new Genin forehead protector tied properly on her forehead. Her light purple hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair cheeks carried a faint blush from hurrying. Seeing Mei Zhen sitting there, Hinata's eyes lit up. "Mei Zhen-kun, your main body is at home." "Yes, did the exam go well?" "Very well. Uruka-sensei said my clone technique was perfect." Hinata looked at the clean bento box on the table and smiled. "We have to go back to school in the afternoon to take graduation file photos. Are you going to have your shadow clone go?" Mei Zhen stood up and shook his head gently. "No, I'll go myself in the afternoon." Hinata was slightly stunned, looking surprised. "You haven't been to school in person for a long time. Graduation has special significance. There must be a formal conclusion." Mei Zhen walked to the entrance to put on his shoes, his eyes calm. Putting on the forehead protector and taking the graduation photo meant completely leaving the greenhouse. From tomorrow on, he would officially step into the conflicts of the ninja world and stir up the established history. "Let's go, we'll go together." "Okay." Hinata nodded obediently and quickly followed by his side. The two walked side by side on the streets of Konoha. The warm afternoon sun shone down, casting 2 long shadows on the ground. The cries of vendors along the street rose and fell, and groups of newly promoted genin ran by, their faces full of the joy of graduation. Mei Zhen walked on the outside of the road, while Hinata followed on the inside. As they walked, their arms occasionally brushed against each other. Every time they made contact, Hinata's body would tense up slightly. Mei Zhen caught a glimpse of her flushed side profile from the corner of his eye. After 3 years of being together, this gentle and shy girl had long since occupied an irreplaceable position in his heart. He no longer hesitated, raising his hand to hold Hinata's. Hinata's whole body trembled violently. Her pure white eyes widened suddenly, her face full of disbelief. The blush on her cheeks spread rapidly, and even her small earlobes turned bright red. Mei Zheng-kun. What's wrong? Mei Zhen's expression remained normal, his tone as steady as ever. No, nothing. Hinata lowered her head and eyes, not daring to meet the gazes of the passers-by. She took a deep breath, her stiff fingertips slowly relaxed, and she tentatively squeezed back. Her slender fingers slipped through the gaps in Mei Zhen's large hand, and their fingers interlaced tightly. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Mei Zhen smiled. The two, fingers interlaced, walked slowly toward the ninja academy. Along the way, Hinata kept her head down, but a sweet smile that she couldn't hide hung on the corners of her mouth. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the ninja academy. The school gate was crowded with students and parents, the scene very lively. Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, a golden figure walked out to meet them. It was Ino Yamanaka. She had dressed up carefully, wearing a brand new forehead protector on her forehead, looking youthful and beautiful. Ino looked up and glanced around casually, but the next second she froze in place. She widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, staring fixedly at their interlaced hands. Mei Zhengkunt Hinata. Nearby students turned their heads at the sound, and after seeing the scene before them, suppressed gasps and whispers instantly erupted. My God, am I seeing this right? Mei Zhengkun is actually holding Hinata's hand. When did they get together? The coldest male god in the whole school has quietly gotten off the market. The fragmented discussions flooded into their ears. Hinata's cheeks were burning with shame, and she instinctively wanted to pull her hand back. Don't move. Mei Zhen applied a slight force to his wrist, holding her hand even tighter. Unable to break free, Hinata could only shrink behind Mei Zhen like an embarrassed ostrich. Ino gradually calmed her shock, looked the two up and down, and spoke with a smile. Well, Mei Zhengkun. So many girls in the school have given you bento boxes and written love letters, and you've ignored them all. So you had someone in your heart all along. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Facing Ino's teasing, Mei Zhen felt no embarrassment, nodding calmly in response. Then, holding Hinata's hand, he walked straight past Ino and into the school gate. Ino stood where she was, turning her head to watch their backs as they walked away together. The warm sun bathed the tall boy in black, and the petite girl beside him leaned against him gently. She smiled, her heart full of emotion. These two had hidden it too well. For 3 whole years, no one in the class had noticed. At the beginning of enrollment, she had also had a crush on Mei Zhen. Outstanding appearance, top-tier strength, steady personality. But Mei Zhen was always cold and distant, keeping people at a distance, which made her gradually lose heart. Seeing it with her own eyes now, the remaining affection in her heart was completely released. Chapter 13, Better Not to Be One. After taking their graduation photos and completing all the school departure procedures, Mei Zhen held Hinata's hand as they walked out of the school building. Under the old tree at the school gate, a swing swayed all by itself. Naruto Uzumaki sat alone on the swing, his head hung low, his toes listlessly scuffing the sand. His forehead was bare. He was not wearing a Konoha Genin headband. Many parents who had come to pick up their children gathered around in small groups, pointing at Naruto. Mei Zhen did not deliberately listen, but his observation haki activated automatically, catching every fragmented word. It's this kid. He's the only one in the whole class who didn't graduate. Serves him right, who told him to hide that terrifying thing inside him. Keep your voice down. This is the village taboo. Make sure my child is never in the same class as him. What an ominous monster. Every word was harsh, filled with malice and disgust. Besides that, he also sensed 2 Anbu ninjas lurking on 2 rooftops in the distance. They were supposedly there for secret protection, but in reality, it was round-the-clock surveillance and control. Mei Zhen looked at Naruto calmly, a cold sneer rising in his heart. The orphan of the fourth Hokage, the descendant of the hero who protected the village, should have enjoyed supreme glory. Yet now, he was viewed by the entire village as a plague god, subjected to scorn and isolation. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, as a professor of ninjutsu, was masterful in his methods of manipulating people's hearts. He allowed the villagers to bully Naruto, leaving him in a state of isolation and helplessness. Then, he would appear as a kind old man, offering Naruto insignificant warmth. This made Naruto grateful to him and fiercely loyal to Konoha. Mei Zhen saw through this brainwashing power play completely. Hinata followed his gaze toward Naruto and spoke softly. "Naruto-kun, he looks so pitiful." Mei Zhen shook his head slightly, having no intention of going over to talk. For now, he just needed to develop steadily. There was no need to interfere with the destined path of the child of prophecy. "Let's go, Hinata. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world." Mei Zhen tightened his grip on her hand and walked straight past the swing. He walked Hinata all the way to the entrance of the Hyuga clan compound, where they stopped. "See you tomorrow, Mei Zhen-kun." Hinata blushed, reluctantly letting go of his hand. "See you tomorrow. Rest early." Mei Zhen raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair. After seeing Hinata off, Mei Zhen returned to his own dojo. He tossed his brand-new headband onto the table, took off his black kimono, and changed into a gray training outfit. Walking to the center of the dojo, he reached out and grabbed the Shigeru Kintoki from the weapon rack. With his feet shoulder-width apart, his breathing instantly became long and steady. He could clearly perceive the subtle rhythms of everything around him. He began his daily sword-slashing practice. Swish! The first strike came down cleanly. There were no flashy moves, but it was condensed with years of kendo experience. His strength was no longer squandered recklessly. It was all condensed and locked onto the edge of the blade. Every slash cut through the wind silently, precise to the extreme. Even when striking with full force, he could suddenly pull back the blade 0.5 millimeter from the floor, not causing the slightest damage to the venue or its equipment. This was the foundation of a great swordsman: absolute, perfect control over one's own strength. The twilight faded, and the night grew deeper. Mei Zhen sheathed his sword and stood still, feeling refreshed without having shed a single drop of sweat. He looked out at the night sky. Konoha was destined not to be peaceful tonight. Mizuki must be tricking Naruto right now, preparing to steal the scroll of seals. But he had no interest in interfering. The scroll of seals was a strategic asset of the village, guarded heavily. A mere dead-last student who couldn't even master the clone technique could not possibly steal it easily. This was clearly a chess game carefully set up by the third Hokage, just to let Naruto learn the multi-shadow clone technique and, incidentally, test Uruka's loyalty. He didn't even have the interest to watch such boring political theatrics. Mei Zhen strapped on weighted sandbags and went for a 2-hour-long run around the outskirts of Konoha. After returning home and taking a cold shower, he lay on the tatami mat, feeling no sleepiness. Tomorrow was the official team assignment. He quickly sorted through all the possibilities. Team 7 would be led by Kakashi, with the standard pairing of Naruto and Sasuke. It was a core Konoha team and would never include a variable like him. Team 10 would be led by Asuma. It was the long-standing Ino Shika, Cho team with no room for outsiders. Team 8 was entirely geared toward sensing and tracking. The probability of him being assigned there was minimal. Excluding all the core teams, all that remained were ordinary, obscure teams. Mei Zhen frowned slightly, his gaze gradually turning cold. If he fell into an ordinary team, the Jonin leader would be mediocre, and his teammates would be weak. In subsequent survival exercises, if his teammates made a mistake that caused the mission to fail, the entire team would be sent back to retrain. If that's the case, then it's better not to be a ninja at all. Mei Zhen chuckled coldly. At the same time, in the office on the top floor of the Hawkeye building, the night was deep, and the room was filled with the heavy smell of tobacco. The farce of the Scroll of Seals had already come to an end. Mizuki was arrested, Uruka had sacrificed himself to protect Naruto, and Naruto had successfully obtained his headband. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hawkeye, sat behind his desk, took a deep drag from his pipe, and exhaled clouds of smoke. Spread out on the desk was the newly compiled list of graduate team assignments. The old man's brows were tightly knitted, his face showing signs of worry. What a headache. The third Hawkeye rubbed his throbbing temples, his gaze locked firmly on the name at the top of the list, Yashida Mijin. This dark horse genius who had appeared out of nowhere had become his most troublesome dilemma. Tenzo. The third Hawkeye spoke in a deep voice. The Anbu wearing a cat mask appeared instantly, kneeling on one knee. How have this child's movements been recently? Reporting to Hawkeye-sama, apart from returning to school to take his graduation photo, Yashida Mijin has spent all his time training at the dojo and running with weighted gear in the hills behind the village. His schedule is unusually regular, not at all like a 12-year-old boy. After a brief hesitation, Tenzo added, moreover, according to feedback from the surveillance Anbu, his sensory ability is extremely keen. Every time we tried to approach the dojo covertly, he would detect us, and his gaze carried immense pressure. The third Hawkeye's hand holding the pipe paused slightly, a flash of deep shock appearing in his eyes. He could even detect the lurking of elite Anbu. What kind of terrifying young monster was this? He waved his hand to dismiss Tenzo. His gaze fell on Yashida Mijin's file, which was full of perfect scores. Excluding the fixed Ino, Shika, Cho team, no matter how the remaining excellent graduates were assigned, there were flaws. If Mei Zhen were assigned to Team 7 with Naruto and Sasuke, two great geniuses plus the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would result in a crushing advantage. It would be extremely unfair to the other teams, and since Sasuke was arrogant and Mei Zhen was aloof, they would easily clash, and Kakashi would be powerless to suppress them. But if he were assigned to an ordinary team, it would be a complete waste of talent. A mediocre Jonin leader would have no qualifications to teach such a peerless genius. The third Hawkeye stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the brilliant night view of the entire Konoha. The lonely, proud figure of Mei Zhen training with his sword in the dojo gradually overlapped with two figures in his memory. The sharp, peerless sword technique and the cold, upright back were reminiscent of the white fang of Konoha, Sakumo Hadake. The calm temperament in the face of adversity and the hidden, reserved demeanor also carried the shadow of the fourth Hawkeye, Minato Namikaze. Sakumo, Minato. The third Hawkeye murmured softly, his eyes filled with complexity and emotion. Konoha hadn't seen such a pure top-tier genius in a long time. He absolutely could not let this uncut jade be ruined by a mediocre team assignment. He weighed his options repeatedly, hesitating and struggling, standing by the window for a full half-hour, changing his pipe tobacco several times. Finally, the third Hawkeye took a deep breath, his mind made up. He turned back to his desk, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and his gaze landed next to Yashida Mijin's name, finalizing the team assignment results. Chapter 14, Team 8. Morning sunlight pierced through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Mei Zhen lay on the tatami, slowly opening his eyes. Hinata's soft voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Mei Zhen, are you awake?" "Come in." Mei Zhen sat up and rubbed his temples. He usually engaged in high-intensity training every morning, so it was rare for him to sleep in today. Sorting through the plot and breaking through with his observation, Haki last night had exhausted him mentally. Hinata pushed the door open, carrying a large tray. "Mr. Mei Zhen, you didn't wake up on time today. Are you sick?" She set down the tray, hurried to the side of the tatami, and reached out to press her hand against Mei Zhen's forehead. Mei Zhen felt the coolness of her palm and shook his head gently. "I'm fine, I just slept a bit late last night." Hinata carefully scrutinized his complexion, and seeing that he was in a stable state, she felt completely relieved. "You scared me. I thought you were sick. I prepared breakfast for two, so eat it while it's hot." On the tray sat steaming miso soup, golden, charred, and fragrant sari, and round, cute rice balls. Mei Zhen got up, finished washing, and returned to the room to change. He took off his pajamas and put on the special black kimono rewarded by the system. The kimono fit his frame perfectly, accentuating his slender and upright 12-year-old physique. He swept his long silver hair back and tied it into a single ponytail with a black band, with a few stray strands hanging over his forehead. He fastened Shigeru Kintoki securely to his waist and tied his brand-new genin headband around his left arm. The fully dressed youth carried a cold and arrogant aura. With silver hair and red eyes, he possessed a natural air of nobility. Hinata sat by the low table, looking slightly dazed. Her cheeks quickly flushed red, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her heart was filled with undisguisable admiration. "What's wrong?" Mei Zhen walked to the table and sat down. "No, nothing, Mr. Mei Zhen looks very handsome today." Hinata lowered her head and whispered, quickly picking up a piece of grilled fish and putting it into his bowl. The two finished breakfast in silence. Mei Zhen took Hinata's hand, and they walked out side by side, heading toward the Ninja Academy. Today was the day for the official team assignments for genin. The ninja classroom was bustling with noise. All the students were wearing their brand-new headbands, full of longing for their ninja careers. When Mei Zhen walked into the classroom holding Hinata's hand, the noisy environment suddenly went quiet for a moment. Countless gazes focused instantly on him. Mei Zhen-kun is too handsome today. A single ponytail paired with a black kimono, the look is absolutely stunning. Wearing the headband on his arm is just too cool. Mei Zhen ignored all the gazes, led Hinata to the corner by the window in the back row, and sat down. Not long after, the classroom door was pushed open violently. Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno were bickering, rushing into the classroom noisily. The two rushed straight to Uchiha Sasuke's seat. "The seat next to Sasuke is mine. Move aside, broad-forehead Sakura." "You're the one who should move aside. Ino pig, Sasuke-kun is mine." Naruto, Uzumaki followed closely behind and ran into the classroom. Seeing Sakura's infatuation with Sasuke, he instantly became furious. He jumped onto the desk, squatted in front of Sasuke, and glared at him intensely. Sasuke rested his chin on his hands, glaring back with cold eyes. The two were at loggerheads, and the atmosphere was tense. "Naruto, you dead last, don't block me from looking at Sasuke-kun," Sakura roared. A boy in the front row accidentally leaned back, his elbow bumping into Naruto's back. Naruto instantly lost his balance and lunged forward. Naruto's lips landed precisely on Sasuke's lips. The two stared at each other, their bodies stiff, and they were completely stunned on the spot. Mei Zhen, sitting in the back row, witnessed this classic famous scene, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The next second, the two regained their senses simultaneously, pushed each other away, and leaned over the desk retching wildly. "Naruto, I'm going to kill you." Sakura and most of the girls were instantly enraged, clenching their fists and rushing toward Naruto. The classroom was instantly in chaos, and Naruto's screams continued one after another. Bang! The classroom door was pushed open forcefully. Uruka walked in with a file in his hand and shouted sternly, "Everyone be quiet. Return to your seats immediately." The noisy classroom quieted down instantly, and everyone sat down neatly. Uruka looked around at everyone, revealing a gratified smile. "Congratulations, everyone. From today on, you are official Konoha Genin. Genin is just the starting point. Next, You will be divided into 3-man squads, led by a Jonin to carry out village missions. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom became lively again. The students discussed among themselves, looking forward to their teammates. Hinata sat beside Meizhen, her hands tightly intertwined. She was extremely eager to be in the same squad as Meizhen. Quiet. Uruka tapped the blackboard. The team assignment list was personally finalized by the Hokage-sama. Now, I will begin reading it. Uruka read out the list for each team one by one. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno Uchiha Sasuke. Great, Naruto jumped up excitedly. Sakura was initially disappointed, but upon hearing Sasuke's name, she instantly clenched her fists in excitement. Naruto immediately looked unwilling and protested loudly. Uruka-sensei, I'm so excellent, why do I have to be in a group with this stuck-up guy? Sasuke is the second-place graduate, and you are the last place. To balance strength, this is the only way to allocate. Naruto sat down sullenly, glaring at Sasuke, and both turned their heads away. Next, Team 8. Hinata Hyuga. Shino Burame. The last member, Meizhen. As the words fell, Hinata grabbed Meizhen's arm excitedly. She had got her wish and was in the same squad as Meizhen. Meizhen felt slightly surprised, then very satisfied. He had expected to be thrown into a regular squad, but he hadn't expected to join the perception-specialized Team 8. The original Team 8 consisted of Hinata Shino and Kiba and Yuzuka. Now he had taken Kiba's place. The configuration of this team could be called flawless. Shino Burame's Kakechu could carry out large-scale, dead-angle-free reconnaissance and information transmission. Hinata's Byakugan possessed 360-degree vision and could see through all disguises and chakra flows. Coupled with his observation haki, which had a vast range and could predict moves. The combination of bug techniques, Byakugan, and observation haki created a terrifying capability for information perception. Within a radius of several miles, no movement could escape the lockdown of Team 8. More importantly, the leader of Team 8 was Kurenai Yuhai. She was a top genjutsu expert in Konoha. Meizhen's swordsmanship and taijutsu were already superb, but his genjutsu defense was his only shortcoming. With Kurenai Yuhai's guidance, it would be just right to shore up his only weakness. Team 10 Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Chojiya Kamichi. Uruka finished reading the entire team assignment list. The team assignments are all finished. The team leaders will come to pick you up in the afternoon. Before that, wait in place. After giving the instructions, Uruka turned and left the classroom. Time passed slowly, and the jonin of each team arrived one after another to take their members away. There were fewer and fewer students in the classroom. Crisp sounds of high heels came from the corridor, and the classroom door was pushed open slowly. Kurenai Yuhai walked into the classroom, her black wavy hair and red eyes bright and moving. Her mesh armor paired with white bandages outlined her mature and graceful figure. Her gaze swept over the students in the front row and landed precisely on Meizhen in the back row. She smiled. Members of Team 8, come with me. Meizhen and Shino looked at each other and nodded, then took Hinata and followed her out. Chapter 15, Supporting the Husband and Teaching the Children. The abandoned training ground was overgrown with weeds, and silence reigned all around. Kurenai Yuhai stopped and turned to look at the 3 genin before her. She crossed her arms, a gentle smile in her eyes. This is the exclusive gathering place for our Team 8. Since we've formed a squad, let's start by introducing ourselves to get to know each other. I'll start. She found a clean stone to sit on, elegantly crossing her legs. My name is Kurenai Yuhai, and I specialize in genjutsu. I like shochu and snacks that go with it, and I dislike cake. My dream is to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade and protect everyone in the village. After speaking, she looked up at the 3 of them. Now it's your turn. Meizhen, you go first. Meizhen leaned against a large tree with his arms crossed. Yeshida Meizhen, I specialize in kenjutsu. There's no need to elaborate on my likes and dislikes. My dream is to become a ninja who can stand on his own. Kurenai Yuhai was slightly stunned, feeling a hint of disappointment in her heart. This much-anticipated genius was actually so cold and aloof. Beside them, Hinata pursed her lips and smiled, long accustomed to Mei Zhen's way of doing things. Kurenai Yuhai shook her head helplessly. Next, Hinata. Hinata stopped smiling, her face turning slightly red as she clasped her hands nervously. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I specialize in the Hyuga clan's gentle fist taijutsu. I like pressed flowers. She paused slightly, her voice growing even softer. She stole a glance at Meizhen. My dream is to become an excellent housewife. Kurenai Yuhai's lips twitched slightly, feeling very surprised. It was truly strange that the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga main house aspired to be a housewife. She turned to look at the last person. Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses and pulled up his collar. Shino Aburame, I specialize in my family's secret techniques. I like observing insects and dislike strong-tasting foods. My dream is to find all the new species of insects in the ninja world. Kurenai Yuhai was completely at a loss. A cold and taciturn swordsman, a gentle and easygoing young miss, and a silent and reserved bug user. This squad was indeed going to be difficult to lead. She quickly adjusted her mindset and stood up, clapping her hands. I have a general understanding of everyone's personalities now. Tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. we will meet here again. We will conduct a survival assessment exercise. Hinata looked puzzled and asked softly. Kurenai-sensei, we've already graduated. Why do we still need to do an exercise? Rose asked. Kurenai Yuhai reached out and ruffled her hair, her tone exceptionally gentle. Don't be nervous, it's just a simple assessment test. It's mainly to evaluate your true strength and teamwork. No students will be sent back. Unlike the harsh suppression of other jonin, Kurenai Yuhai's gentleness made all three of them feel well-disposed toward her. Today's training is over, dismissed. Kurenai Yuhai turned and left the training ground. Shino, without a word, turned into a swarm of insects and quietly dissipated. Only Meizhen and Hinata remained in the empty training ground. Meizhen straightened up and brushed off the bark fragments from his clothes. Let's go home. Hinata nodded obediently and hurried to catch up with him. The two walked side by side toward the village. The afternoon sun shone down, casting long shadows of the two. Mr. Meizhen, is tomorrow's exercise really just an assessment test? Hinata asked softly as she walked on the inner side of the road. Kurenai-sensei is too gentle. I always feel like things aren't that simple. Meizhen glanced sideways at her. It's just a routine test. Just follow along. He responded this way, but he remembered clearly in his heart. This was exactly the bell-snatching test that every new Konoha genin had to go through. Kurenai Yuhai's genjutsu skills were top-notch, but her taijutsu and basic ninjutsu were relatively weak. This was a perfect testing opportunity. Meizhen planned to use this assessment to gauge his own strength and see the gap between himself and a jonin. The two reached a crossroads and stopped. I'll go back and start cooking first. Okay, I'll go to the market to buy some fresh ingredients and be right over. Hinata waved goodbye and ran toward the market. Meizhen returned to the dojo alone, changed out of his kimono, and put on loose loungewear. He went into the kitchen and started washing rice to cook. A moment later, the dojo door was pushed open. Hinata walked in carrying 2 large bags of fresh ingredients. She skillfully changed her shoes, put on a pink apron, and walked straight into the kitchen. I bought your favorite saurian beef. Meizhen stood to the side cutting meat. The two worked side by side, their shoulders occasionally touching lightly. The beef is very fresh today. Let's make a bit more. Okay, I'll also make a vegetable salad to balance it out. The two were in perfect harmony, needing few words. Spending years together day and night, they had long since developed their own unique rhythm. Mei Zhen finished the meat and washed his hands. He turned to look at Hinata, who was bowing her head to wash vegetables. Her light purple long hair was tied back, revealing her fair and slender neck. The apron around her waist accentuated her slender waist. The young girl's figure was becoming increasingly graceful. Mei Zhen smiled slightly and walked up behind Hinata. He reached out and wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Hinata's body instantly stiffened, and the vegetables in her hands slipped into the sink, splashing water. Mr. Mei Zhen. Her voice trembled, and her entire face turned bright red. Mei Zhen rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing past her ear. Hinata's breathing quickened, her legs felt weak, and she leaned softly against his sturdy chest. The food isn't ready yet. Mei Zhen liked teasing this shy girl. He quickly withdrew his hands and took half a step back. The water is about to overflow. He calmed tone, as if the intimate interaction from a moment ago had never happened. Hinata suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly turned off the tap. She turned to look at Mei Zhen, her eyes full of tenderness and a hint of playful reproach. Mei Zhen leaned against the doorframe, quietly admiring her bashful look. Chapter 16, Blades Have No Mercy. Konoha Village, 3rd Training Ground. The morning breeze brushed over the wild grass, and the faint, earthy scent of soil drifted through the air. Mr. Mei Zhen, dressed in a specially made black kimono with a bamboo sword Shigyur Kintoki at his waist, walked into the grounds with steady steps. Hyuga Hinata, wearing a light purple jacket, followed half a step behind him, obediently walking at his side. In front of the wooden stakes in the center of the training ground, a figure wrapped tightly in clothing had been waiting for a long time. Shino Aburame pushed up his sunglasses, his high collar covering most of his face. "Good morning, Shino," Hinata said, stepping forward to greet him politely. "Good morning, Mr." Mei Zhen nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. "You are on time." Shino turned around, his voice devoid of emotion. "I thought that since you two are close, you might be delayed." Hinata's cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly lowered her head. Mr. Mei Zhen's expression remained unchanged as he walked to the wooden stake and stood firmly. After a few simple exchanges, the three of them were officially acquainted. Shino stuffed his hands into his pockets and stared intently at Mr. Mei Zhen through his sunglasses. "You are the top graduate of this year with perfect scores in all subjects. I assume you will be the leader of Team 8. Our opponent is Kurenai Yuhai-sensei, a legitimate jonin. Do we need to formulate a detailed battle plan in advance?" Shino's expression was serious. "My Kikeichu will be responsible for wide-range reconnaissance and feint attacks. Hinata's Byakugan will track chakra flow, and you will be responsible for the main assault. Only with close cooperation between the three of us will we have a chance of winning." Facing the well-organized tactical proposal, Mr. Mei Zhen shook his head slightly. "No plan is needed." Shino was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. "I don't understand. A Jonin's strength and combat experience are not something we, as newly promoted genin, can contend with. If we don't make a plan and fight individually, we have no chance of winning. Just make sure to protect yourselves." Mr. Mei Zhen crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. "It's rare to face a real Jonin, and I don't want to miss this opportunity to test my blade." After years of day and night of arduous training, his swordsmanship had already reached an extremely high level. He only lacked an opponent with enough strength to verify his true level. Kurenai Yuhai was the perfect whetstone. Shino watched his calm demeanor, his lips pursing slightly. He assumed Mr. Mei Zhen was blinded by the aura of being the top graduate, too arrogant and underestimating the terror of a Jonin. Hinata, standing to the side, did not question him at all and nodded obediently. She had absolute, unreserved trust in Mr. Meizhen. Time passed slowly, with only 5 minutes left until 9 o'clock. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, lifting a few fallen leaves. In midair, countless pink petals appeared out of thin air, swirling and gathering. As the petals dispersed, Kurenai Yuhai's graceful figure appeared atop the highest wooden stake. She was still wearing her signature bandage outfit, her red eyes sweeping over the three below, a smile playing on her lips. It seems everyone is very punctual and hasn't kept me, your teacher, waiting too long. Kurenai Yuhai jumped down from the wooden stake and tapped her waist lightly. Cling, cling, cling. 3 crisp metallic sounds rang out. Hanging from her belt were 3 small silver bells. Today's survival exercise task is very simple. Kurenai Yuhai pointed to the bells at her waist and said softly, "Before 12 noon, just snatch these 3 bells from my hands. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, sneak attacks with hidden weapons, any method is effective. As long as you snatch the bells, everyone passes the assessment." She crossed her arms, her smile carrying a hint of danger. "If you pass the assessment, I'll treat you to barbecue at noon. If you fail, you'll be tied to the wooden stakes on an empty stomach. Come at me with the determination to defeat me." As she finished speaking, Mr. Meizhen turned to look at Hinata. Hinata, the cloth strip. Hinata did not hesitate in the slightest. She immediately took a long black cloth strip from her ninja tool pouch and handed it over with both hands. Mr. Meizhen took the cloth strip, covered his eyes, and tied it tightly behind his head. "Hinata, Shino, retreat 50 meters away." Hinata immediately flashed backward and landed under a tree in the distance. Shino was full of doubts, but he still obediently followed and retreated. In the center of the training ground, only the blindfolded Mr. Meizhen remained to confront Kurenai Yuhai. Kurenai Yuhai watched his actions with curiosity. "By voluntarily covering your eyes, do you think you can't get the bells and are planning to give up directly?" Mr. Meizhen did not respond to her teasing. He bowed his head slightly, his left hand gripping the scabbard, his right hand resting on the hilt. His feet were slightly apart, assuming a standard drawing stance. "Kurenai-sensei, be careful." Kurenai Yuhai scoffed inwardly, thinking the boy didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A newly promoted genin against a veteran jonin. Instead of planning a coordinated sneak attack, he self-handicapped his vision and even proactively warned his opponent. But just as this thought emerged, a bone-chilling sense of crisis suddenly gripped her heart. The cold, oppressive feeling made her entire body tense up, and her jonin intuition screamed a warning. The next instant, Mr. Meizhen moved. No need for hand seals, no need to mobilize even a bit of chakra. Only a pure, ultimate drawing motion. Swish. The moment the bamboo sword was unsheathed, the outer bamboo skin peeled away entirely, and the blunt bamboo body transformed into a sharp, real blade. The martial will of a top-tier great swordsman was entirely compressed and concentrated on the blade's edge. Mr. Meizhen held the sword with one hand and slashed forward violently. A dark red sword aura, over 10 meters long, broke through the air like a mad dragon released from its cage, tearing through the air fiercely. The sword aura sped along the ground, sweeping forward with destructive force. The hard earthen ground was easily split open, carving out a deep gully as gravel and dust flew everywhere. With a life-and-death crisis imminent, Kurenai Yuhai had no time to think. Relying on the instincts honed from countless life-and-death battles, she lunged sideways and rolled away in a disheveled manner to dodge. The dark red sword aura grazed past her shoulder. The sharp wind sliced through the clothing on her shoulder, leaving a shallow, bloody scratch. The sword aura, its momentum undiminished, slammed fiercely into the dense forest behind her. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire training ground. Several towering trees, each wide enough for 2 people to embrace, were instantly severed at the waist by the sword aura. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror, without a single wood chip flying up. The huge tree crowns collapsed with a crash, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the entire grounds. 50 meters away, Shino Aburame froze in place, his sunglasses even sliding to the side. What kind of destructive power is this? Shino's hands couldn't stop trembling slightly. No hand seals, no chakra fluctuations. Just a single sword draw was comparable to a high-level wind release ninjutsu. Beside him, Hinata covered her small mouth with both hands, her pure white eyes filled with fanatical worship. Mr. Mei Zhen has become even stronger. Kurenai Yuhai, who had fallen to the muddy ground, stared blankly at the flattened forest, cold sweat soaking through her clothes on her back. This was simply not power that a newly promoted genin should possess. The power of this single strike already surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. The dust slowly diffused, shrouding the training ground. Mr. Mei Zhen stood quietly in place, his kimono fluttering in the turbulent airflow. Although his eyes were covered by the black cloth, his observation haki spread out, enveloping the surrounding 100-meter radius. Kurenai Yuhai's breathing, heartbeat, and the tense state of her muscles were all clearly presented in his perception. Kurenai-sensei, blades have no mercy. Mr. Mei Zhen's voice remained indifferent, without a ripple of emotion. Before his voice had even faded, Mr. Mei Zhen transformed into a black bolt of lightning, charging violently toward Kurenai Yuhai with his sword in hand. Chapter 17, Assessment Passed. Watching the youth rushing toward her, Kurenai Yuhai felt a surge of surprise. Monstrous speed and destructive power. She suddenly realized that Mr. Mei Zhen knew she was one of Konoha's top genjutsu users, so he had proactively blindfolded himself to seal off his vision. By doing so, he completely eliminated the possibility of falling for genjutsu through eye contact, neutralizing her primary advantage in advance. Possessing both top-tier combat power and a meticulous mind, such talent was comparable to Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Itachi. Kurenai Yuhai completely cast aside all contempt and ease, her expression becoming extremely grave. She quickly drew a kunai from her ninja pouch, gripped it tightly, and flashed forward to meet Mr. Mei Zhen head-on. Clang! The blade and the kunai collided violently, the sound of metal ringing out as sparks flew. The immense force traveled through the kunai, numbing the web of Kurenai Yuhai's hand and making her wrist ache. She was horrified. A 12-year-old genin, relying solely on physical strength, had actually suppressed her, a jonin. Mr. Mei Zhen did not give her a chance to catch her breath. He paused his wrist slightly, using the recoil to retract his blade fluidly, his movements smooth and natural. Immediately after, he twisted his wrist and swept the back of the blade horizontally, aiming straight for Kurenai Yuhai's neck. The reach advantage of the long blade was fully displayed, allowing him to firmly control the initiative in the battle. Before the blade even arrived, the biting wind from the strike made Kurenai Yuhai's cheeks sting. The chill of death instantly enveloped her, and she instinctively ducked and rolled, dodging in a panic. The back of the blade whistled past her scalp, severing several strands of black hair that drifted gently to the ground. Kurenai Yuhai was left with lingering fear, her heart pounding wildly as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The speed was too fast, completely exceeding the limits of a genin. After creating a safe distance, Kurenai Yuhai steadied herself on one knee and waved her hands rapidly. Several shuriken flew through the air, attacking Mr. Mei Zhen's vital points from different angles. Mr. Mei Zhen stood still blindfolded. With observation haki, he perceived everything. The trajectory, speed, and angle of the shuriken were all perfectly clear. He waved his blade casually, his movements relaxed yet precise to the extreme. Ding-ding-dang-dang. The shuriken were all shattered in midair, the metal fragments scattering across the ground with a crisp ringing sound. In the distance, Shino pushed up his sunglasses, his eyes swirling with deep shock. To be able to block so precisely while blindfolded, this sensory ability was terrifying. Kurenai Yuhai wanted to form hand seals to cast a technique and disrupt Mr. Mei Zhen's attack rhythm. But Mr. Mei Zhen did not give her any chance at all. He raised his blade high, and the air around him suddenly stagnated. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the entire training ground. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he concentrated all his strength and swordsmanship will into the blade and brought it down violently. Swish! A dark red sword aura, several meters high, roared out, tearing through the ground and sweeping forward with rolling waves of air. Rubble and weeds were swept into the air, the momentum terrifying. Shino stared fixedly at the destructive sword aura, his voice trembling for the first time. Is this kind of area of effect attack really something a genin can unleash? Hinata clenched her hands, her eyes shining. Mr. Mei Zhen is the strongest. Facing the violent sword aura, Kurenai Yuhai dared not take it directly and threw herself to the side to dodge. The sword aura grazed past her, severing several thick wooden stakes behind her and exploding with a deafening roar. Kurenai Yuhai rolled several times, covered in mud, looking extremely disheveled. Just as she steadied herself and wanted to regroup for an attack, she did not notice the encroaching danger at all. Under the cover of the air waves stirred up by the sword aura Mr. Mei Zhen had already silently approached her side. His extreme speed meant Kurenai Yuhai could not capture his movement trajectory at all. Just as her feet landed, and she had not yet steadied herself, a cold, long blade was already steadily pressed against her neck. The bone-chilling cold instantly spread through her body. Kurenai Yuhai stiffened, and all her movements stopped abruptly. She didn't even know how Mr. Mei Zhen had gotten close. Not a single trace of killing intent had leaked out during the entire process. This kind of stealth ability far surpassed that of elite Anbu ninjas. She dared not move a muscle, fearing the blade would slice her throat. Mr. Mei Zhen raised his hand and took the 3 bells from her waist. Ding-dang. The crisp sound of the bells echoed slowly through the silent training ground. Kurenai-sensei, you lost. The only sound left in the field was the rustling of the breeze through the leaves. Mr. Mei Zhen raised his hand and slowly untied the black cloth behind his head. The Shigure Kintoki turned back into the appearance of an ordinary bamboo sword and was casually sheathed. Kurenai Yuhai stood quietly, looking at the silver-haired youth before her with eyes full of wonder. She, a dignified Jonin of Konoha, had actually been completely subdued within 3 minutes by a newly graduated genin. Throughout the entire battle, she had been crushed, without even a chance to cast her signature genjutsu. The extreme attack rhythm and precise predictive ability left her feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Kurenai Yuhai took a deep breath to calm her emotions and asked, Mr. Mei Zhen, where did you learn this swordsmanship? Such terrifying sword aura and top-tier combat awareness could never be taught by the Ninja Academy. Even among the major clans of Konoha, there had never been such a pure and sharp swordsmanship lineage. I realized it by chance while training with Hinata when I was young, Mr. Mei Zhen replied casually. Kurenai Yuhai was full of doubts and did not believe this explanation at all. A chance realization could never create such top-tier combat power. She recalled the entire battle. She hadn't sensed any chakra fluctuations from Mr. Mei Zhen throughout. To be able to unleash earth-shattering attacks, relying solely on physical strength and swordsmanship insight, was too unbelievable. At this time, Hinata and Shino walked up quickly. Hinata trotted to Mr. Mei Zhen's side and looked up at him. Mr. Mei Zhen, you're so amazing. Mr. Mei Zhen turned his head to look at her blushing little face and raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair. Shino stopped 2 steps away, re-examining this teammate through his sunglasses. Mr. Mei Zhen, you have hidden yourself too deeply. From the moment you drew your blade, The rhythm of the entire battle was completely under your control. Your strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary genin. Even a chunin might not be your match. Mr. Mei Zhen shook his head slightly and responded softly. I still have many shortcomings. This was not modesty. It was his genuine realization. Kurenai Yuhai specialized in genjutsu, and her close-quarters taijutsu was not at the top level for a jonin, so she couldn't test his true strength. Only an elite jonin who had experienced countless battles, like Kakashi Hatake, could give him enough pressure to refine his swordsmanship. Kurenai Yuhai clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the three. She looked at the three students in front of her, showing a helpless yet gratified smile. To be honest, for this exercise, I intended to test your teamwork abilities. I didn't expect a monster like you to appear and completely disrupt all my plans. You don't need team coordination at all, Mr. Mei Zhen alone can resolve any battle situation. As your instructor, I'm afraid I won't have much to teach you in the future. She looked at the bells in Mr. Mei Zhen's hand and spoke with a smile. Bells obtained, assessment passed. I Kurenai Yuhai, keep my word. Gather at the school gate at 12 noon. I'll treat you to barbecue, eat as much as you want. Hearing this, Hinata's eyes curved into crescents and she nodded happily. Shino also nodded slightly, agreeing. Today's training ends here, dismissed. Kurenai Yuhai quickly formed hand seals, and a puff of white smoke rose up. Her figure instantly disappeared from the training ground, and she left cleanly. Mr. Mei Zhen watched the direction she left in. Observation, Haki took in every detail of her body flicker technique. The speed of the hand seals, the flow of chakra, and the slight stiffness before the body displacement were all clearly visible. He secretly noted the flaws. This kind of body flicker technique was only suitable for traveling, as it had huge loopholes in actual combat. As long as one predicts the chakra gathering point in advance, it is entirely possible to complete a kill the moment the opponent appears. A breeze swept across the field, stirring up a few fallen leaves. Mr. Mei Zhen withdrew his gaze, put his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly toward the village with Hinata and Shino. Chapter 18, Body Flicker Technique. A month had passed. The missions during this month were extremely dull, and the team only completed 7 D-rank missions. They were nothing more than helping people find cats, looking after children, and cleaning up trash in the river. These were all trivial chores, and there was simply no opportunity to use ninja tools. For the remaining time, Kurenai Yuhai scheduled fixed training and rest periods. Half the time was for rest, and half was for guiding the three of them in practicing ninja basics. Early morning. At the forest training ground, Kurenai Yuhai stood under a large tree, arms crossed, with a smile on her face. Today, I will teach you a core chakra control technique, tree climbing. Concentrate chakra into the soles of your feet to adhere to the tree trunk and walk vertically. This technique is quite difficult. An average genin needs at least 10 days to half a month to master it. Take your time, there is no need to rush. Her voice had not yet faded. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps came from overhead. Kurenai Yuhai looked up abruptly. Mei Zhen had his hands in his pockets, his posture steady, walking on the tree trunk at a 90-degree angle as if walking on flat ground. Hinata followed closely behind, stepping steadily on the tree trunk, and even turned her head to give a sweet smile to those below. Only Shino remained under the tree, silently trying to concentrate chakra to practice. You already know how to do this. Kurenai Yuhai's red eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. I have already mastered this basic technique. Mei Zhen looked down at her from above. Hinata blushed and explained softly. I have been training with Mei Zhen, so I learned it too. The corner of Kurenai Yuhai's mouth twitched slightly. She had intended to establish her authority as a teacher through basic training, but she had not expected to be slapped in the face by the two of them. The subsequent water walking training was the same. Mei Zhen and Hinata stood easily on the rushing river surface, their shoe soles not even getting wet. This set of basic training was of great benefit to Shino, significantly improving his chakra control. But for Mei Zhen and Hinata, it was useless and a complete waste of time. Watching Shino's clumsy practice, Mei Zhen felt bored and took the initiative to find Kurenai Yuhai. "Teacher Kurenai, tree climbing and water walking do not improve me anymore. I want to learn something new." Kurenai Yuhai looked at the youth with heaven-defying talent and sighed helplessly. "What do you want to learn?" "The body flicker technique." Kurenai Yuhai did not refuse. She took a D-rank body flicker scroll from her ninja tool pouch and handed it to Mei Zhen. The core of the body flicker technique is the instantaneous burst of chakra from the soles of your feet, utilizing the reaction force to move at high speed. This method requires precise chakra control. If you are the slightest bit careless, you will damage the meridians in your legs. Mei Zhen took the scroll, flipped through it briefly, and tucked it directly into his robe. In just 10 days, he had completely mastered this ninjutsu, able to perform it at will without hand signs. A few days later, Team 8 took on another D-rank cat-catching mission. The target ninja cat was swift, darting rapidly through rooftops and alleys, making it extremely difficult to catch. It ran to the left. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Hinata activated her Byakugan and called out a warning. Shino released a large number of Kikaichu, trying to block the ninja cat's escape route. But the ninja cat was agile, weaving through the gaps in the swarm of insects, about to break through and escape. "This cat is too cunning. I will handle it." Kurenai Yuhai frowned and was about to perform hand signs to cast the body flicker technique to intercept it. "Hum." A faint sonic boom rang out. Mei Zhen's figure disappeared from the spot instantly, leaving not a single afterimage. The next second, he appeared in midair more than 10 meters away, precisely grabbing the ninja cat by the back of its neck. The previously fierce and restless ninja cat instantly stiffened, its limbs hanging limp, not daring to move. Mei Zhen landed steadily, holding the cat casually, his expression indifferent. Kurenai Yuhai's hands, mid-hand sign, froze in the air, her pupils trembling violently. Is this the body flicker technique?" She was filled with shock and disbelief. No hand signs needed, no charging needed, instantaneous body flicker. Such extreme speed, even she, a Jonin, could not perform it so easily. Mei Zhen had only been exposed to the scroll for a mere half-month. Beside them, Shino Abureim's sunglasses tilted slightly. "Mei Zhen's speed is too terrifying. If he had targeted me just now, I wouldn't even have had the chance to release my insects." Mei Zhen walked forward holding the ninja cat and handed it to Kurenai Yuhai. For him, this was just a basic operation, combining observation haki with the body flicker technique. Even though his strength far exceeded his peers, Mei Zhen never stopped his training. The next morning, outside Konoha village, Mei Zhen was shirtless, carrying dozens of pounds of iron blocks on his back, performing a weighted long-distance run. Sweat slid down his smooth muscle lines and seeped into the soil. After the 10-kilometer run, he returned to the dojo to continue doing one-armed push-ups and weighted frog jumps. 2,998, 2,999, 3,000. Finishing the last set of training, he stood up and wiped away his sweat. His figure looked lean, but his muscles were tight and refined, containing explosive power. He tempered his body frantically, all to reach one goal: unlocking armament haki. Observation haki had long given him top-tier perception and prediction, but to stand in the high-end battles of the ninja world, he had to possess armament haki capable of resisting ninjutsu and breaking through all techniques. A strong body is the only foundation for carrying such domineering haki. Near noon, the dojo door was gently pushed open. Hinata, dressed in a light purple form-fitting training outfit, walked into the backyard, familiar with the way. She caught sight of Mei Zhen sitting, cross-legged in meditation at a glance. He wore a special black kimono, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing long and steady. The bamboo sword Shiger Kintoki rested quietly on his knees. Hinata did not make a sound to disturb him, standing quietly to the side, gazing infatuatedly at his profile, her cheeks flushing red. A few minutes later, Mei Zhen slowly opened his eyes, his wine-red eyes clear and profound, as he exited his sword meditation state. Hinata, is something the matter? Hinata quickly regained her focus and spoke. Mei Zhen, Teacher Kurenai sent a message for the whole team to gather at the third training ground. Understood. Mei Zhen rose slowly. He did not hang the Shiger Kintoki at his waist as usual and turned to walk to the weapon rack. His gaze swept over rows of weapons, finally settling on the katana at the very edge. This katana was 3 feet 5 inches long, its scabbard pitch black and unadorned, the hilt wrapped in white anti-slip cloth. Mei Zhen gripped the hilt, took down the katana, and secured it steadily at his waist. Hinata was full of confusion and asked softly, Mei Zhen, are you not using the Shiger Kintoki anymore? You have always been very comfortable using that bamboo sword. Mei Zhen turned his head, lightly stroked the katana at his waist, and smiled. The Shiger Kintoki is a good sword, but it has already completed its mission for the initial stage. Now, whether I have a weapon in hand, or what kind of weapon it is, does not matter. His swordsmanship realm had long reached the level where everything could be a sword. The Shiger Kintoki could disguise his form, suitable for hiding his strength in the early stages. Now, he no longer needed to conceal himself. He needed a longer, heavier blade more suitable for direct combat, and this katana was just right. Hinata did not understand the profound meaning of his swordsmanship, just watching his composed demeanor. Let's go to the gathering. Mei Zhen stepped away first. Chapter 19, C-Rank Mission. When the two arrived at the third training ground, Kurenai, Yuhai, and Shino were already waiting by the wooden stakes. Shino was still dressed tightly, his hands in his pockets, standing silently. Kurenai Yuhai leaned against a wooden stake, watching the two walk over. Is today another mission to find cats or pick up trash? Mei Zhen walked straight up to ask. If it was still a boring D-rank mission, he planned to send a shadow clone to complete it on his behalf. Kurenai Yuhai heard the impatience in his tone, but she didn't get angry, smiling and shaking her head. Neither. 2 months of D-rank missions, while tedious, have allowed you all to develop basic team coordination. Given your strength, continuing to do low-level missions is truly a waste of talent. Kurenai Yuhai took a scroll stamped with the Hawkeye seal from her ninja tool pouch and shook it gently. I have already applied to the 3rd Hawkeye to skip the remaining D-rank mission quota. Today, you will execute your first C-rank mission. As she finished speaking, Hinata's eyes lit up instantly. Her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. A C-rank mission meant being able to leave Konoha, carry out real ninja missions, and even face combat directly. Compared to Hinata's excitement, Shino's expression was calm, as he silently checked the swarm of insects in his sleeves. Kurenai Yuhai put away the scroll and commanded in a deep voice. I give you 15 minutes to go home and pack your ninja tools, dry rations, and a change of clothes. Gather in the lobby on the 1st floor of the Hawkeye building in 15 minutes. Dismissed. As she finished speaking, Kurenai Yuhai performed hand seals to use the body flicker technique, and with a flash of white smoke, she vanished instantly. After Kurenai Yuhai left, Hinata spoke first. Mr. Mei Zhen, I'll go back to pack my luggage first and prepare some extra dry rations. Amen. Mei Zhen nodded slightly. Shino didn't say a word. His body turned into a swarm of insects and dissipated without a trace. Mei Zhen was not in a hurry to return. His custom kimono could automatically clean and absorb moisture, so there was no need to change clothes. As for the dry rations, and ninja tools for the mission, Hinata, would naturally prepare them all. He walked slowly through the bustling streets of Konoha, with his hands in his pockets. Passing by a general store, a red umbrella on the rack at the entrance caught his eye. The umbrella surface was a dark, exquisite red, and the ribs were tough and sturdy. "Boss, I'll take this umbrella." Mei Zhen tossed out a silver coin. "All right, here you go." He opened the red umbrella and rested it casually on his shoulder. Black clothes, a long sword, a silver-white ponytail, and a vibrant red paper umbrella. The color contrast was extreme. His cold and aloof aura instantly attracted the gaze of the entire street. Passing female ninjas stopped one after another, whispering and looking at him with amazement. Mei Zhen ignored the surrounding gazes and walked straight toward the Hawkeye building. Upon arriving downstairs, Kurenai Yuhai had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing Mei Zhen approaching with an umbrella, she was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "Mei Zhen, where is your luggage? The mission will take several days. You didn't bring anything." Mei Zhen closed the red umbrella, his tone flat. "My clothes can automatically clean themselves. There is no need to change." "What about dry rations and ninja tools?" "Hinata will help me prepare them." Kurenai Yuhai's eyes widened slightly. Then she leaned in close to him, lowering her voice, her eyes full of gossip. "Honestly tell me, what stage have you and Hinata reached, that you even let her handle all your supplies?" "Kurenai-sensei, are you very free?" This one sentence immediately extinguished Kurenai Yuhai's interest in gossip. "She boring brat." Kurenai Yuhai pouted and said nothing more. Mei Zhen walked over to a red lacquered pillar, leaned his katana and red umbrella against his side, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. Observation haki quietly spread out, covering a range of several hundred meters. All movements in the vicinity were fully reflected in his perception. Two familiar auras were approaching rapidly. Steady and reserved, it was Shino. Short of breath, heart beating faster, it was Hinata. "They are here." Mei Zhen didn't open his eyes and spoke indifferently. Kurenai Yuhai looked in the direction of his gaze. A moment later, Hinata and Shino arrived quickly, carrying bulging backpacks. Hinata's backpack was particularly heavy, filled with dry rations and mission supplies for 2 people. Seeing Mei Zhen, her cheeks flushed slightly and she quickly stood by his side. "Everyone is here. Follow me upstairs." Kurenai Yuhai signaled with her hand and led the 3 of them into the Hawkeye building. Inside the Hawkeye office, smoke swirled. The third Hawkeye, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind the desk, holding a pipe, slowly puffing out smoke. Seeing the 4 of them enter, his gaze locked onto Mei Zhen first. The young man was dressed in black with a sword, his posture upright, with no flaws in his entire being. His restrained sharpness even far exceeded that of elite Anbu ninjas. "Hawkeye-sama." Kurenai Yuhai stepped forward and respectfully handed over the mission scroll. "Team 8 has completed its team coordination. I'm applying to lead them on a C-rank mission." The third Hawkeye took the scroll, glanced at it, put down his pipe and spoke slowly. "Newly promoted genin should have more experience with D-rank missions. Since you are personally vouching for them, and these children are exceptionally talented, I will make an exception this time." He rummaged through the mission files on the table and pulled out a brand new scroll. "Yesterday, we received a request from the Land of Waves, a C-rank escort mission. Escort the bridge builder, Tazuna, back home and protect his safety throughout the journey until the bridge is completed." He turned his head to look at the Chunin assistant beside him. "Go and invite Mr. Tazuna in." "Yes." The Chunin acknowledged and retreated. Mei Zhen, standing in the back, felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. Land of Waves, Tazuna. This was the first C-rank mission for Team 7 in the original story. This mission was rated C-rank on the surface, but in reality, Tazuna had deliberately concealed the risks. The so-called mountain bandits were Zabuza Mamachi, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, and Haku, who possessed the Ice Release bloodline. This was a high-risk life-or-death mission, comparable to B rank or even A rank. Because of his butterfly effect, Team 8 obtained a C rank mission early, taking away Team 7's opportunity. After a brief moment of astonishment, an intense feeling of excitement surged into Mei Zhen's heart. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his katana. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the demon Zabuza Mamachi, was proficient in the silent killing technique and wielded the Kubikirabacho. This was a top-tier opponent far beyond Kurenai Yuhai, perfect for hunting his swordsmanship. Furthermore, the Kubikirabacho possessed the special ability to absorb blood to forge iron and self-repair. If he could obtain this sword, reforge and temper it, he would be able to create a perfect weapon of slaughter. Creak. The office door was pushed open. A strong smell of cheap alcohol permeated the air. A thin, gaunt old man wearing a conical hat and with a face full of stubble walked in, stumbling while holding a bottle of alcohol. It was the client, Tazuna. He hiccuped, looking at Team 8 with bleary, drunken eyes, intending to complain. But as his gaze swept over Hinata's Byakugan, his whole body stiffened, and most of his drunkenness vanished instantly. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which shook the ninja world, was definitely not something an ordinary ninja could possess. He quickly averted his gaze and looked at the mysteriously dressed Shino, feeling even more flustered in his heart. Finally, his gaze fell on Mei Zhen. With just one glance, his heart suddenly tightened. The young man in black stood quietly without any movement, yet he carried a cold, piercing aura capable of severing everything. Those wine-red eyes were cold and deep, as if they could see through all his lies and selfish motives. Mr. Tazuna, these 3 are the genin responsible for escorting you, led by the Jonin Kurenai Yuhai. The third Hawkeye puffed out a cloud of smoke and introduced them slowly. Satisfied, I'm very satisfied. Tazuna nodded quickly, hurriedly hiding the bottle behind his back, his attitude extremely respectful. Chapter 20, No Feeling. The negotiation for the mission was successfully completed. Kurenai Yuhai turned her head to look at her 3 students, her expression serious. Team 8, listen up. Our destination is the land of waves. We depart immediately. Yes. Kurenai Yuhai led Mei Zhen and the other 2, following the cautious Tazuna, as they stepped out of the Konoha gates and officially began their escort mission. The midday sun pierced through the dense canopy, casting mottled patches of light onto the muddy ground. The forest path was deathly silent, with only the faint crunching sound of dry branches and fallen leaves being stepped on. Even the chirping of birds had completely vanished. The 5-person team marched steadily forward, a stifling atmosphere enveloping the entire group. Mei Zhen walked at the very back of the formation, holding a bright red paper umbrella in one hand. The striking surface of the umbrella stood out sharply in the dim forest. He was dressed in a special black kimono that hung down to his ankles. Despite the mud splashing around him, he remained clean and spotless. Hyuga Hinata was positioned on the left side of the formation, her Byakugan fully activated. Veins bulged around her eyes as her 360-degree field of vision spread out, capturing every flow of chakra within several kilometers. Shino Aburame walked on the right side of the formation, his high collar obscuring most of his face, his sunglasses reflecting a cold light. A large swarm of Kikaichu spread out from him as the center, forming a dense web of insects to survey the surroundings in every direction. Kurenai Yuhai led the way, while the client, Tazuna, was protected in the very center of the team. Tazuna clutched his bag tightly, his anxious heart settling slightly. He looked at the vigilant Hyuga Hinata on his left, then at Shino Aburame, who was surveying with his insects on the right, and finally, his gaze landed on Mei Zhen, who was walking slowly at the back of the line with his umbrella. Konoha ninja really have some skills. Tazuna thought to himself. He had originally thought that the fresh graduates sent by Konoha were just going through the motions, but now he realized that the vigilance of these 3 genin far exceeded that of ordinary veterans. Hearing Tazuna's relaxed breathing, Kurenai Yuhai stopped and turned around. "Mr. Tazuna, you can rest completely assured." She gestured toward the 3 behind her and said softly, "Our Team 8 is Konoha's top reconnaissance and sensory team. With Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan and Shino Aburame's insect swarm on alert, enemies cannot even get within 10 meters of us." As for Meizhen, Kurenai Yuhai took a deep look at the umbrella-wielding youth. "His strength is something even I, a Jonin, find tricky to deal with." Tazuna nodded repeatedly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "That's good. With you here, my life is finally safe." As soon as he finished speaking, Kurenai Yuhai's steps faltered, her red pupils contracting slightly. At the same instant, the expressions of Meizhen, Hyuga Hinata, and Shino Aburame all underwent subtle changes. Meizhen's observation haki covered a 100-meter radius, precisely capturing 2 faint breathing sounds hidden on the ground ahead. This was not the breath of a beast, but the deliberate turtle-breathing state of a ninja who had suppressed their heartbeat and chakra. Hyuga Hinata immediately deactivated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes slowly fatting. She slowed her pace nonchalantly and quietly retreated to Meizhen's side. Hyuga Hinata stood slightly on tiptoe, leaning close to Meizhen's ear, a sweet fragrance lingering around him. "Meizhen-kun." In the puddle 10 meters ahead, there are 2 unfamiliar chakra signatures hidden. The amount of chakra is massive. They are definitely not ordinary bandits. Meizhen turned his head slightly, looking at the fair cheek just inches away, and nodded gently. "Understood." Glancing at Kurenai Yuhai and Shino Aburame ahead, the 3 had already sensed the anomaly and tacitly exchanged hand signals, planning to play along with the ruse. Everyone pretended not to notice, maintaining their original pace and continuing to march steadily forward. The 10-meter distance was covered in a flash. The team passed by an abrupt puddle. Despite days of sunny weather and the forest soil being cracked dry, a pool of water had accumulated in the middle of the road. Kurenai Yuhai led Tazuna across the puddle first, followed closely by Hyuga Hinata and Shino Aburame. When it was Meizhen's turn, he loosened his grip on the umbrella handle and deliberately slowed his pace, falling a step behind the others. As the 5 of them stepped forward, the moment they turned their backs to the puddle, the calm puddle splashed water everywhere. 2 figures wearing hidden mist rogue ninja headbands and camouflage uniforms burst out from the water. The intruders were the hidden mist rogue ninja, the Demon Brothers. "We've got them." One Chunin grinned viciously. Both held a thick, barbed iron chain that shimmered with a cold, ghostly blue light. The 2 separated to the left and right and violently pulled the chains. With a clatter, the chains whistled through the air, lunging straight toward Meizhen at the back of the line to strangle him. This surprise attack was incredibly swift. An ordinary genin wouldn't have had time to react and would have been instantly shredded to pieces. But their opponent was Meizhen. At the critical moment, just before the chains touched his clothes, Meizhen turned around abruptly. His movement was so fast it broke the limits of the naked eye. His left hand held the red paper umbrella steady, while his right hand rested on the hilt of the katana at his waist. With a flick of his thumb, the long sword was unsheathed. Swish! A crescent-shaped blade of light suddenly shone, cutting through the dim forest. The speed of the blade was extreme, as if slicing through space itself. All strength was concentrated into a single, slender line of the blade. The blade flashed past, and Meizhen flipped his wrist slightly. Click! A crisp metallic sound rang out as the long sword was neatly sheathed. Drawing, slashing, and sheathing, the entire sequence took less than a second. The 2 airborne hidden mist Chunin still had their vicious grins on their faces. A smooth, sharp line of blood peered simultaneously across the waists of both Chunin. The next second, their bodies shifted out of alignment, and both were sliced in half at the waist. Crimson blood gushed out, turning into a rain of blood that scattered across the sky. Mei Zhen's expression remained calm as he gently rotated the umbrella handle. The red paper umbrella tilted accordingly, steadily catching all the falling droplets of blood. The beautiful surface of the umbrella absorbed the blood, becoming even more alluring and eye-catching, like a cluster of manjusaka blooming in a pool of blood. A few stray drops of blood landed on his kimono pant legs, the fabric rippling slightly, and the blood stains dissolved instantly, remaining as clean as before. The two mutilated corpses slammed heavily into the muddy water, their internal organs exposed, and the thick, pungent smell of blood immediately permeated the surroundings. The four in front turned around immediately upon hearing the sound, and upon seeing the scene before them, all gasped in shock. Shino Aburame stared fixedly at the severed corpses on the ground, his face pale beneath his high collar. He pushed up his sunglasses to hide the shock in his heart. The speed was too fast. The battle had ended before his Kikaichu could even sound an alarm. Pure physical slashing was more lethal than any ninjutsu. Hyuga Hinata covered her mouth with both hands, her pure white eyes filled with shock. Tazuna, who had collapsed to the ground, felt his legs go weak, his whole body stiffened, and as he looked at the flesh and blood covering the ground, his stomach churned, and he couldn't say a word. Kurenai Yuhai stepped forward quickly, her gaze sweeping over the corpses on the ground before looking at Mei Zhen, who stood with steady breathing and a calm expression. The emotions in her eyes were complex. She had long known that Mei Zhen's strength was formidable, but sparring exercises could never compare to real life-and-death combat. This was only a 12-year-old boy who had killed with his own hands for the first time, yet his methods were so fierce and bloody. Kurenai Yuhai walked up to Mei Zhen, staring intently into his wine-red eyes. Mei Zhen, this is your first time killing someone. How do you feel? If you are feeling sick or uncomfortable, you can rest for a moment. Mei Zhen lifted his umbrella slightly, revealing his cold, stern face. He glanced indifferently at the mutilated corpses on the ground, his tone flat and waveless. No feeling. It's just that I drew my blade too quickly and forgot to keep a survivor to extract intelligence. I'll be more careful next time. The cold, indifferent words sent a shock through Kurenai Yuhai's heart. Such an unruffled mindset was simply not what a 12-year-old boy should have. Mei Zhen had long since possessed the spirit of Mihawk in his mental world, having experienced countless slaughters in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had long since completely adapted to killing. Ordinary bloody scenes were not worth mentioning to him. Watching Mei Zhen's clear, waveless eyes, Kurenai Yuhai suppressed the emotions in her heart and turned to look at Tazuna with a stern expression. She walked up to him quickly, looking down at him with an imposing, oppressive aura. Mr. Tazuna, I need you to provide a reasonable explanation. She pointed at the corpses of the hidden mist rogue ninja on the ground, her tone stern. These two were Chunin from the hidden mist village. The C-rank mission marked this time was only for defending against bandits and robbers. Once ninja from an enemy village are involved, the minimum mission rank becomes B rank. You deliberately concealed the truth about being pursued by ninja and lied about the mission rank. In Konoha, this is a serious violation. Tazuna trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down. Not daring to look directly into Kurenai Yuhai's eyes. I didn't lie. He raised his hand and pointed at Mei Zhen. It's you Konoha ninja who made enemies outside. They came for revenge. It has nothing to do with me. You're lying. Hyuga Hinata immediately retorted. Mei Zhenkun rarely leaves the village. It's impossible for him to have provoked hidden mist ninja. Kurenai Yuhai sneered, completely disbelieving this excuse. She crouched down, staring directly into Tazuna's murky eyes. You don't need to make excuses. These two Chunin were lying in ambush the entire time, their killing intent directed straight at you. They attacked Mei Zhen only because he was at the back of the line and blocking their path. I will ask you one last time. Who exactly did you provoke, and why did you deliberately conceal the truth? Tazuna gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was afraid in his heart. If he mentioned the existence of Gato, the Konoha team would definitely withdraw immediately. The land of waves was barren, and he had no way to pay the high commission for a B-rank mission. I didn't conceal anything. This is just a normal escort mission, Tazuna said stubbornly, turning his head away. Kurenai Yuhai stood up and sighed helplessly. Since you refuse to confess, I have no other choice. According to Konoha regulations, if a client lies about the mission rank, the leading Jonin has the right to terminate the mission immediately. I will not abandon you in the wilderness, but once we reach the border of the land of waves, this mission will end immediately, and our Team 8 will return to Konoha the way we came. Tazuna's face turned deathly pale instantly, but he still remained silent. Kurenai Yuhai felt it was a tricky situation. If they turned back now, Team 8's first mission outside the village would be declared a failure, which would be a significant blow to the three new genin. In the deadlock, Mei Zhen, who had been standing silently, suddenly spoke up. Kurenai-sensei, let the mission continue. Kurenai Yuhai turned her head, her face full of surprise. Mei Zhen, are you aware of the risks involved? If they can dispatch Chunin, there is a high probability of a powerful enemy at the Jonin level behind them. Mei Zhen raised his eyes slightly, without the slightest hint of fear. I am aware. He gently rubbed the hilt of his sword with his fingertips. Ordinary bandits are too boring. Since there are ninja actively delivering themselves as whetstones, there is no need to miss out. Looking at the fighting spirit in his eyes, and recalling the terrifying strength he had just shown in instantly killing the enemies, she gritted her teeth and nodded after a brief weighing of the situation. Fine, the mission continues. She turned to look at Tazuna, her expression cold and stern. But I will give you one last chance. Before we reach the land of waves, if you still refuse to confess, once we encounter a crisis we cannot handle, I will immediately lead the team to withdraw, and your life or death will have nothing to do with us. Chapter 21, The Demon Zabuza. The land of waves is surrounded by the sea on all sides, with the only access being via water routes. The sea was blanketed in a dense, thick fog. A dilapidated small sailboat moved quietly through the heavy mist. The boatman dared not start the motor, rowing slowly with wooden oars for fear that any noise would reveal their presence. The cabin was cramped and suffocating. Tazuna hung his head, his hands gripping his pant legs tightly as his body trembled slightly. After struggling through the journey, he could no longer bear the psychological pressure. There is something I must confess to you all. Tazuna's voice was hoarse and dry. Kurenai Yuhai sat opposite him, her arms crossed over her chest, her expression serious. Tell us everything you've been hiding. Why were those two hidden mist Chunin hunting you? Tazuna took a deep breath. The land of waves has long been completely controlled by the wealthy merchant Gato. On the surface, he runs a shipping company, but in private, he keeps a large number of thugs and ninja, monopolizing the country's maritime trade and transportation, turning the entire land of waves into a closed cage. I am building the cross-sea bridge to open up an external route and break his monopoly. Because of this, he is willing to go to any lengths to take my life. After listening, Kurenai Yuhai's face darkened. She stood up abruptly, the movement so sudden that it caused the small boat to rock violently. You have dragged us into a national-level power struggle. A top-tier tycoon like Gato surely has more than just a few Chunin under his command. To maintain his monopoly, he will inevitably hire top-tier rogue ninja. The danger level of this mission has far exceeded a C rank. It is at least B rank, perhaps even A rank. Once the boat docks, the mission will be terminated immediately. We will leave you at the border, and the entire team will return to Konoha. Tazuna's face turned deathly pale, and he fell to his knees on the wooden floor of the cabin with a thud. I beg you, if you abandon me, I will never make it home alive. My 10-year-old grandson will lose his grandfather forever and weep every day. My daughter will also carry resentment and suffer in loneliness for the rest of her life. You can just leave. My old life was already hanging by a thread. His tearful plea left Kurenai Yuhai in a dilemma. Reason told her she must withdraw decisively to ensure the safety of her students. Yet her heart as a ninja and her compassion made it impossible for her to watch the client walk to his death. Just as Kurenai Yuhai hesitated, Lin Feng spoke up again. Kurenai-sensei, let's continue the mission. We have already come this far. Giving up halfway is not my style. The rogue ninja under Gato are perfect for real combat training. Hinata nodded in immediate agreement. I will follow Mr. Meizhen. Shino Aburame pushed up his sunglasses, his tone calm. I also second this. With Lin Feng here, the success rate of the mission remains manageable. Kurenai Yuhai looked at her three fearless subordinates, and remembering Lin Feng's terrifying combat prowess in killing the demon brothers instantly, sighed helplessly. Fine, the mission continues. Everyone maintain maximum vigilance. Lin Feng sat quietly at the stern, watching the churning white mist. Though calm on the surface, he was already inwardly excited. He summoned his exclusive system interface. Ding! Killed 2 hidden mist Chunin, gained 0.12% experience. Current Hawkeyes, Hawkeye Mihawk inheritance unlock progress, 49.2%. For years, he had persisted in monotonous sword training and daily tasks, gaining a meager amount of experience every day. The unlock progress for the Hawkeye's inheritance was despairingly slow. But today's kill of the 2 hidden mist Chunin confirmed his hypothesis. Besides daily tasks, killing ninja who possess chakra was a second shortcut to rapidly gaining experience. The experience from 2 Chunin was equivalent to 6 days of daily accumulation. He had finally found a shortcut to becoming strong quickly. The demon brothers were merely an appetizer. He was filled with anticipation for the next strong enemy to appear. The demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Mamachi. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, an elite Jonin whose strength and reputation far exceeded that of ordinary Chunin. If he could kill him, the experience gained would certainly be substantial. 1% or 2%. Lin Feng smiled, battle intent surging in his eyes. The small boat traveled through the thick fog for a long time before a magnificent, unfinished cross-sea bridge finally emerged ahead. The boatman docked the boat on a hidden shore beneath the bridge and lowered his voice to warn them. I can only take you this far. It is dangerous ahead, and I cannot stay. With that, he immediately rowed away, quickly fleeing this perilous place. The 5 of them stepped onto the land of waves. The surrounding environment was dilapidated and barren. The grass and trees were withered and decaying, and the air was filled with a damp, rotten odor. To reach Tazuna's residence, they had to pass through the dense forest path ahead. Everyone, take your positions. Maintain formation and stay alert to your surroundings. Kurenai Yuhai took the lead, her expression guarded. Hinata stood guard on Tazuna's left side, her hands forming seals rapidly. Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged around her eyes as her pure white pupils instantly expanded to a 360-degree perspective, piercing through the dense fog and trees to meticulously search for any chakra fluctuations. Shino Aburame stood guard on the right, opening his collar. Countless Kikeichu poured out from his sleeves and collar, turning into black insect sand that scattered around, constructing layers of defensive perimeters. Lin Feng, still holding his bright red paper umbrella, walked at the back of the team with a composed gait. The mist in the forest grew thicker, and visibility continued to drop. The surroundings were silent, save for the soft sound of everyone stepping on withered branches and fallen leaves. Suddenly, Hinata, who was leading the way, stopped. "Kurenai-sensei, there is an anomaly ahead." At the 11 o'clock direction, 50 meters away in the trees, a massive amount of chakra has appeared. Kurenai Yuhai reacted extremely quickly, instantly drawing a kunai from her leg, and shouted sternly, "Everyone be on guard. Protect Mr. Tazuno at all costs." Before she could finish, a violent wind swept in from the depths of the fog. Accompanied by a piercing sound of something breaking through the air, a large, wide blade flew toward them, spinning like a meat grinder, unstoppable. Thick branches along the way were all severed by the blade. Bang! The giant blade slammed into a towering tree in front of the group, embedding itself deep into the trunk and shaking the entire massive tree violently. A silhouette descended from midair, landing steadily on the wide hilt of the blade, looking down at the group from above. The man had his upper body wrapped in white bandages, wore camouflage pants, and had a deep scratch across the hidden mist forehead protector on his brow. He carried his signature Kubikirabacho on his shoulder, his eyes cold as a snake's. He ignored Kurenai Yuhai, who was leading the team, and locked his gaze firmly onto Hinata's Byakugan. "So you could detect my ambush in advance. It's the Byakugan of Konoha's Hyuga clan." Kurenai Yuhai saw the man's appearance and his signature ninja sword, her face changing drastically as cold sweat seeped from her palms. "Hidden Mist Rogue Ninja, the demon Zabuza Mamachi." Hearing this name, Tazuno was so scared his legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily into the mud, trembling violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Shino's Kakechu, scattered outside, sensed Zabuza's intense killing intent and instantly became restless. Zabuza stood on the hilt of the blade, emitting a hoarse and cold laugh. "It is my honor to be recognized by a Konoha Jonin. However, I have no interest in you." His gaze moved past Kurenai Yuhai, staring fixedly at the collapsed Tazuna. "Hand over the old man who is building the bridge, and I can leave your corpses intact." Facing a top-tier enemy, Kurenai Yuhai dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Knowing that her taijutsu was no match for his, she immediately decided to strike first, her hands forming seals rapidly. Demonic illusion, tree-bind death. The genjutsu was activated instantly, and the scene around Zabuza twisted eerily. Countless thick vines burst from the ground, like agile snakes, coiling and climbing, attempting to imprison his body tightly. But facing Kurenai, Yuhai's signature genjutsu, Zabuza didn't even raise an eyelid. "You want to trap me with such a crude genjutsu?" He erupted with violent chakra, shattering all the vines with a roar. The light points of the genjutsu shattered and dissipated. Kurenai Yuhai suffered the backlash of the genjutsu, groaned, and staggered back half a step. Zabuza pulled back the Kubikirabacho with one hand, landed steadily, and formed seals rapidly. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. The surrounding white mist instantly surged, becoming so thick that one could not see their own fingers, and the air temperature plummeted. In just a few seconds, the dense fog completely blocked their vision, with visibility dropping to less than a meter. "Kurenai-sensei, his chakra is moving extremely fast. I cannot lock onto his position." Hinata shouted anxiously. "Everyone, stand back-to-back in a circle. Guard against a sneak attack." Kurenai Yuhai gave the order quickly. "Lin Feng, protect Hinata and Mr. Tazuna." From deep within the dense fog came Zabuza's cold, hoarse voice, echoing from all directions, the sense of oppression rushing toward them. "Trachea, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital point do you want me to crush first?" Tazuna was so scared he covered his ears tightly, his whole body stiff. Lin Feng stood where he was, his expression calm and unruffled. He slowly loosened his left hand, and the bright red paper umbrella fell lightly onto the mud with a soft sound. His right hand rested steadily on the hilt of his katana, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "He is already here." Chapter 22, Armament Draw. A flash of the blade appeared. A piercing metallic clash exploded through the misty forest. A violent shockwave surged and spread outward from the two of them as the center. Lin Feng stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Tazuna. He gripped his 3-foot katana with one hand, the blade firmly holding back the descending Kubikirabacho. Tazuna collapsed into the mud, his eyes wide open. The Kubikirabacho was less than half a meter from his scalp, the smell of blood rushing toward him, and he scrambled backward in a panic. Kurenai Yuhai gripped her kunai tightly, her palms covered in cold sweat. She couldn't see the trajectory of Lin Feng's draw at all. The 12-year-old boy had caught Zabuza's full-power slash with just one hand. Compared to the massive Kubikirabacho, the slender katana looked fragile, yet it didn't budge an inch. Zabuza Mamachi hovered in midair, pressing down on the hilt with both hands with all his might. He stared intensely at Lin Feng's katana, his eyes full of shock and suspicion. The originally silver-white blade was now pitch black, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. "Brat, what is the origin of this sword of yours?" The weight of the Kubikirabacho, combined with the impact force of the high-altitude drop, was enough to shatter giant boulders. Yet this ordinary katana didn't even have a single nick. Lin Feng looked up at him. "It's just an ordinary sword bought from a blacksmith shop. You think it's extraordinary only because it's in my hands. Arrogant brat." Zabuza snorted coldly. He was about to apply more pressure when his gaze shifted down to Lin Feng's right arm. From his wrist to his forearm, Lin Feng was covered in a layer of pitch-black, metallic-textured substance. The black coating merged perfectly with the katana's blade, forming a seamless whole. "What is that black stuff on your hand? Is it a special hardening ninjutsu, or a bloodline limit from Konoha?" Zabuza frowned. He had never seen such a bizarre ability. There was no trace of chakra fluctuation, yet it carried an intimidating sense of oppression. Lin Feng laughed. "Neither. This is called haki." As the words fell, the muscles in Lin Feng's right arm tightened and bulged. The pitch-black armament haki erupted, surging with terrifying power. He gripped the sword with one hand and shoved upward violently. Zabuza felt a monstrous force sweep along the blade. The web of his hand gripping the sword tore instantly, and blood splattered. His entire body was sent flying into the air like a kite with a broken string. Lin Feng didn't pause. He gripped the katana with both hands and raised it above his head. His black kimono was blown wildly by the gale. Aiming at Zabuza in midair, he slashed down. Swish! A dark red sword kai several meters high tore through the white mist, whistling through the air. The materialized sword kai plowed through the muddy ground, dragging out a deep gully, and crushed forward while carrying a violent shockwave. Zabuza was in midair and had no leverage to dodge. Seeing the giant sword kai rushing toward him, his pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye between life and death, he forced his body to twist and blocked the Kubikirabacho across his chest. A deafening boom shook the sky. The dark red sword kai smashed fiercely onto the blade's surface. A piercing metallic explosion rang through the forest. Zabuza, along with his sword, was blasted away by the destructive power. He crashed through several thick trees in succession, wood chips flying everywhere. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the mud, and he slid several meters before barely stabilizing his stance. A hideous gully over 10 meters long stretched from Lin Feng's feet all the way to Zabuza. Kurenai Yuhai looked at the deep gully, her mind blank. As a Konoha Jonin, her hands were actually trembling slightly. No hand seals required, no need to mobilize chakra. Just by swinging his sword once, he could launch a materialized attack that changed the terrain. Shino Aburame was hiding behind a tree, his sunglasses nearly slipping off. His proud, calm aura had completely collapsed. In the instant the sword kai struck just now, all his Kikeichu retreated into his body, not daring to show themselves. Hinata covered her mouth with both hands. In her Byakugan's vision, the black substance on Lin Feng's arm had no chakra meridians at all. This was a pure power, completely independent of ninjutsu. Lin Feng stood in place, not pursuing the victory. He withdrew his katana and held it horizontally before his eyes. Looking at the pitch-black blade with its cold, biting gleam, he nodded slightly, feeling very satisfied. He had now completely mastered armament haki. This was also the real reason he abandoned Shigerkin Toki and switched to an ordinary katana. In the mental world, Hawkeye had told him personally, armament haki can be used for offense and defense, and it can also temper weapons. Imbuing a sword with haki can maximize a weapon's hardness and destructive power. Any ordinary sword covered in haki can become an indestructible black blade. This ordinary katana was only able to withstand the Kubikirabacha without suffering the slightest damage because of the armament haki reinforcement. From deep within the thick fog came violent coughing. Lin Feng concentrated chakra at the soles of his feet, standing steadily. Observation haki pierced through the thick fog, precisely locking onto Zabuza, who was quickly performing hand seals. Zabuza was in a sorry state at this moment. His upper clothing was shredded, and the bandages on his face were soaked red with blood. Blood constantly overflowed from the corners of his mouth. His internal organs had been severely damaged by the shock of the sword chi. Zabuza endured the intense pain, his hands forming seals as fast as afterimages. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The surrounding water vapor gathered rapidly, and a giant water dragon formed in midair. The water dragon opened its massive mouth, roaring as it carried the force of 10,000 tons, charging straight at Lin Feng. The branches and leaves along the way were all torn apart by the water flow. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng's expression was calm, his chakra erupting from the soles of his feet. Body flicker technique activated. He vanished from the spot instantly, leaving only a faint afterimage. The giant water dragon smashed fiercely into the spot, the soil exploded, and a huge deep pit was blasted into the ground. Lin Feng landed gracefully on a tree trunk more than 10 meters away. He held the sword in his right hand and swung it backward casually. A flash of silver-white blade light streaked by. The rampaging water dragon was instantly sliced into several pieces. The water dragon, losing its chakra support, collapsed with a roar. Spraying water scattered throughout the forest, turning into a torrential downpour. The cold rain soaked Zabuza's body. The hand gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly. The demon of the hidden mist, who had been through countless battles and killings, had experienced innumerable life-and-death situations. But at this moment, looking at the silver-haired boy standing unscathed on the tree trunk, a strong sense of fear actually arose in his heart. This fear made him feel deeply humiliated. "I am the demon, Zabuza Mamachi." He roared aloud, forcibly suppressing the cowardice in his heart. He gripped the Kubikirabacha with both hands, water splashing under his feet. Body flicker technique deployed, he turned into a water-blue afterimage, rushing toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood on the tree trunk, quietly watching Zabuza rushing toward him. He closed his eyes slowly. He flipped his right hand and sheathed the sword neatly. His legs bent slightly, his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand resting on the hilt. He struck the most basic draw stance. Chakra gathered crazily at the soles of his feet. Armament haki surged like black flames, instantly covering his right arm and the scabbard. Zabuza had already rushed close, the giant Kubikirabacho carrying a biting wind as it slashed down at his head. Lin Feng opened his eyes suddenly, his wine-red pupils erupting with terrifying killing intent. "Armament draw," he shouted in a low voice. The tree trunk beneath his feet shattered instantly, and his figure vanished into the air completely. No one could see the trajectory of his sword draw, Only the crisp sound of the blade leaving its sheath remained in their ears. The next second, Lin Feng's figure appeared in an open space 6 meters away. He maintained the posture of finishing his slash, the katana's blade pointing diagonally at the ground. A drop of crimson blood slid slowly down the pitch-black blade and fell into the mud. Zabuza stood rigid on the tree trunk behind him, maintaining the posture of his downward slash. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Kubikirabacho, known as never breaking, snapped neatly into 2 pieces from the middle. The heavy blade fell to the ground, making a dull sound. A hideous sword mark ran through Zabuza from his left shoulder to his right leg. Blood sprayed wildly from the bone-deep wound. All his ribs were broken. Lin Feng straightened his body and raised his hand to pull off the black headband from behind his head. His long silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, spreading over his shoulders. He casually slipped the headband onto his pitch-black wrist. He didn't look at the fallen Zabuza, but turned his head to look at the fog-shrouded forest on the right. You've been watching for so long. Are you not planning to come out yet? Chapter 23. Not worth mentioning. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Kurenai Yuhai and Shino's expressions shifted abruptly. They immediately gripped their kanai. The two remained on high, alert the entire time, yet they hadn't detected the figure in the shadows at all. A breeze swept through the forest, and the thick fog slowly dissipated. A few fallen leaves drifted down, and a figure appeared in the clearing using the body flicker technique. The newcomer had delicate and beautiful features, resembling a young girl, but only a subtle Adam's apple revealed his identity as a boy. It was Haku. Haku was not wearing a mask, and his delicate face was stained with deep sorrow. Facing Mei Zhen, who had just killed Zabuza, he did not retreat in the slightest and bowed in salute. I am very sorry to disturb everyone. Lord Zabuza has fallen in battle. I humbly request that you allow me to take his body so he may be laid to rest. Kurenai Yuhai frowned deeply. No, Zabuza is an S-rank missing nin, and his body carries a wealth of intelligence. It must be brought back to Konoha. Shino Aburame pushed up his sunglasses, and countless Kikeichu poured out from his sleeves, ready to strike. Haku ignored the two, and locked his gaze firmly onto Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen's wine-red eyes remained calm, and he gave a slight nod. Take him. Mei Zhen, you cannot. Kurenai Yuhai was shocked and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Mei Zhen raised his hand to interrupt her, and a suffocating sense of pressure permeated the air around him. Kurenai Yuhai swallowed the words that had reached her lips. Thank you. Haku's eyes were slightly red as he whispered his thanks. He walked toward Mei Zhen, and the moment they brushed past each other, Mei Zhen whispered in a low voice. The volume was extremely low, audible only to the two of them. Gado's vault holds a massive fortune. Use it to give Zabuza a proper funeral. Gado is the true culprit behind everything. Haku's footsteps paused slightly, and he nodded. He walked over to Zabuza's body, bent down to pick him up, and then retrieved the broken Kubikirabacho. A puff of white smoke exploded, and using the body flicker technique, his figure completely vanished into the dense forest. Kurenai Yuhai looked at the empty ground and stomped her foot in frustration. Mei Zhen, do you realize what a great achievement you've let slip away? That is the famous Kubikirabacho of the ninja world. Mei Zhen casually sheathed his blade. It's just a broken piece of iron that snapped. It's not worth mentioning. In his eyes, the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were nothing special. An ordinary katana coated in armament, haki, far exceeded the hardness of these so-called famous blades. A true master swordsman never relies on their weapon. Instead, they make the weapon stronger because of themselves. Kurenai Yuhai was left speechless by his retort. Recalling the overwhelming power he displayed just moments ago, she felt only a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. In the face of absolute strength, the rules of Konoha are not worth mentioning. Everyone composed themselves and continued on their journey. Without the threat of Zabuza, the remainder of the journey was smooth sailing. Half an hour later, the squad arrived safely at Tazuna's home. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, welcomed them warmly and prepared a sumptuous meal. Just as everyone sat down to eat, the courtyard gate was pushed open violently. A villager, face full of wild joy, scrambled into the house. He's dead. Gato is dead. Just now, a handsome youth rushed into the shipping company and slaughtered Gato and his thugs with ice release. The vault was looted clean, and our land of waves is completely saved. The news hit like a thunderclap. Tazuna's family and the arriving villagers hugged and wept. The gloom that had covered the entire country vanished in an instant. Tazuna wept with tears of joy and immediately went out with the craftsmen to handle the subsequent bridge-building matters. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was exceptionally strange. Kurenai Yuhai's gaze was sharp as she stared fixedly at Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen, what did you say when you brushed past that youth? Was Gato's death instigated by you? Mei Zhen picked up some grilled fish, chewed slowly, and raised his eyebrows in feigned confusion. Teacher Kurenai, I only let him take the body. The tyrant Gato has been brought to justice. Isn't that a good thing? He put down his chopsticks and took the opportunity to change the subject. Gato is dead, and Tazuna is no longer in danger. Our mission should be considered complete. Kurenai Yuhai stared at his expressionless face, filled with helplessness. Without any evidence, she could only nod in agreement. The mission will count as complete. Once we finish the handover tomorrow, we will return immediately. I'm full, I'm going to rest. Mei Zhen stood up and turned to walk toward the guest room. Hinata immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks and trotted after him. She had been keeping an eye on him. After Mei Zhen had been rained on, his silver hair remained damp and dripping. Kurenai Yuhai and Shino sat quietly at the table, watching their retreating figures. Shino lowered his voice, his tone serious. Teacher Kurenai, Mei Zhen's actions severely violate Konoha's protocols. Privately releasing a missing nin's body and instigating the assassination of a target, if reported truthfully, he will certainly be severely punished. Kurenai Yuhai rubbed her throbbing temples and sighed softly. Keep your mouth shut. This matter is not to be spread outside. Gato's evil deeds harmed the country. He deserved to die. Mei Zhen is a once-in-a-century genius. I will not let the higher-ups use this to suppress him. I will write the mission report myself. I'll just state that Gato died due to infighting among his forces. Shino nodded slightly and said no more. Inside the guest room, Mei Zhen took off his shirt and sat on a wooden stool, bare-chested. Years of rigorous physical training gave the 12-year-old a clean, perfect muscular physique with a tall and fluid frame. Hinata stood behind him holding a dry towel, her cheeks flushed, her breathing slightly rapid. This was her first time seeing Mei Zhen's bare upper body, and her heart was filled with palpitations. She steadied her emotions and placed the towel over Mei Zhen's head. Her fair, small hands wiped his damp silver hair carefully through the towel. After drying his hair, she switched to a warm towel and gently wiped Mei Zhen's back. The room was silent, leaving only the sound of their shallow breathing. Mr. Mei Zhen, Hinata asked softly, her face blushing. Gato, did you really tell that youth to kill him? Mei Zhen felt the gentle touch on his back and relaxed completely in body and mind. He did not hide it, his tone flat. I couldn't be sure he would definitely take action. But Zabuza was his only faith. After that faith collapsed, he needed an outlet for his emotions. I suppose after he takes Gato's money and holds the funeral, he will depart along with Zabuza. Mei Zhen sighed softly, but felt no guilt in his heart. In the ninja world, the weak are prey to the strong. This is an unchanging law. He was merely going with the flow, taking the opportunity to clear away a hidden danger to the mission. He tilted his head back, resting against Hinata's soft abdomen, and closed his eyes to rest. Hinata trembled all over, her cheeks turning bright red, her mind swimming with dizziness. A moment later, she suppressed her palpitations and looked down at the youth in her arms. Her pure white eyes were filled with tenderness and doting affection. She stretched out her arms, wrapped them tightly around Mei Zhen's neck from behind, and held him gently. Chapter 24, Hinata faints. Mei Zhen's consciousness slowly recovered from deep sleep. A familiar, faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes slowly and realized that he was lying on the tatami mat in the guest room, though he did not know when it happened. Hinata was curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, sleeping soundly. For 6 years, the two of them had often slept in the same bed. He had long since grown accustomed to such intimacy. Mei Zhen did not disturb the young girl in his arms. He raised his hand, gently stroking Hinata's soft, long hair, and summoned the system panel in his mind. A transparent light screen, visible only to him, silently unfolded. It clearly recorded the harvest from today's actual combat. Ding! Killed Hidden Mist Village Jonin Zabuza Mamachi, gained 1% experience. Current Dracul Mihawk Inheritance Unlock Progress, 50.2%. Mei Zhen stared at the panel data, his eyes sharp. 1% base experience, added to the 0.12% from killing the demon brothers earlier. Just one battle allowed his swordsmanship inheritance progress to cross a full percentage point. The boring daily sword-swinging missions only earned 0.02% experience, no matter how hard he worked. Today's actual combat directly saved him 56 days of arduous training. The tangible gains from actual combat made him truly feel the terrifying efficiency of training through life-and-death struggle. Mei Zhen took a deep breath, clearing all distracting thoughts from his mind. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep into his mental world to comprehend the true essence of a top-tier great swordsman's swordsmanship. His consciousness blurred, and the scene changed. When he opened his eyes again, Mei Zhen found himself in a magnificent mental space. It was overcast, with roaring winds and rolling giant waves on the sea. Two figures, like gods, stood atop the turbulent sea. One had flamboyant red hair and held the famous blade griffin. The other held the black blade Yoru, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. They were none other than red-haired Shanks and Dracul Mihawk, two great swordsmen standing at the pinnacle of the world. At this moment, the two were engaged in an earth-shattering duel. Mei Zhen stood on a distant reef, watching this peak battle with full concentration. The two peerless famous blades collided with a boom. There were no flashy moves, only the collision of extremely pure strength and haki. Rich armament haki wrapped around the blades, and the black lightning sparked by the impact ravaged the air. An indescribable, giant sword energy shot into the sky. The sword energy tore through the thick clouds, splitting the entire sky in two. The sea below was forcibly split open, revealing a bottomless abyss, and the seawater could not close for a long time. Mei Zhen stared fixedly at the slash, his breathing stalled. He remembered the strike he used to kill Zabuza during the day. That 17-meter dark red sword energy had once shocked everyone present. But in the face of Dracul Mihawk's terrifying power to casually split the sea and sky, the move he was so proud of was insignificant and not worth mentioning. The gap was vast. As of now, he could still run rampant before ordinary Jonin. But there was still a very long way to go before reaching the realm of the world's greatest great swordsman. Mei Zhen deeply imprinted every detail of this duel into his mind. He frantically absorbed the true meaning of swordsmanship, quickly digesting the newly unlocked inheritance experience. He did not know how much time had passed when his consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes, and Hinata was no longer in his arms. The night outside was as dark as ink, and the guest room was silent. Only the sound of splashing water came from the direction of the bathroom. Mei Zhen sat up and waited quietly against the wall. A moment later, the sound of water stopped. With a creak, the wooden bathroom door was gently pushed open. Warm steam gushed out, instantly filling the entire guest room. Hinata walked out of the bathroom slowly, barefoot. She was only wrapped in a white bath towel, the perfect size outlining her slender and shapely figure. Her hair was slightly damp from the shower, with a few stray strands sticking to her fair cheeks. Her round, fragrant shoulders were completely exposed, and crystal-clear water droplets slowly slid down her neck, disappearing into the edge of the towel. She looked like a lotus flower emerging from the water, clean and moving. Hinata lowered her head, about to walk toward the wardrobe. The moment she raised her eyes, she caught Mei Zhen's wine-red eyes unexpectedly. "Ugh!" Hinata exclaimed, her face full of panic. Intense shyness surged into her heart, and she gripped the edge of the bath towel tightly with both hands. Her little face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, all the way to her earlobes. Mr. Mei Zhen, you're awake." Her voice trembled slightly, and she didn't dare to look directly at Mei Zhen, hurriedly lowering her head. I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Could you please close your eyes and lie down first?" Mei Zhen looked at the panic-stricken girl in front of him without answering. He threw off the quilt and stepped barefoot onto the wooden floor. Tap, tap. He strode forward with his long legs, walking toward Hinata step by step with a steady gait. Hinata retreated repeatedly, feeling increasingly nervous. For every step she retreated, Mei Zhen advanced one, until her back hit the cold wall, and there was nowhere left to retreat. Mei Zhen stopped in front of her, the distance between them less than half a foot. He raised his arm and braced it against the wall beside Hinata's ear, a standard wall slam posture, trapping her completely in his arms. Mei Zhen's masculine scent rushed toward her, enveloping Hinata's entire body. Mei Zhen stretched out his left hand and gently untied the towel Hinata had wrapped around her hair. Her light purple long hair fell down, spreading over her fair, fragrant shoulders. His fingertips moved slightly, pinching Hinata's delicate chin with slight force, forcing her to look up. Hinata was forced to meet this highly aggressive gaze, and the blood in her body surged rapidly. Her body felt hot and numb, her brain felt dizzy, and her breathing rhythm was completely disrupted. Watching her on the verge of losing control, Mei Zhen leaned down slightly, bringing his face close to hers. "Hinata." His deep, magnetic voice fell softly against her ear. This soft call became the last straw that broke Hinata. Her cheeks were so red they were about to drip blood, and strands of white steam even rose from the top of her head. Mei Zhen did not give her another chance to catch her breath and leaned down to kiss her soft lips. Her lips were warm, moist, and delicate, feeling excellent. Hinata's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and her mind went blank. The moment her teeth were easily pried open, an extreme stimulation swept through her entire body. Her legs went weak, her vision went black, and she fainted directly. Mei Zhen was quick-witted and agile, his left arm firmly embracing her slender waist, holding her tightly in his arms. Looking at the girl who had fainted in his arms, her face flushed crimson, Mei Zhen smiled. He gently picked Hinata up horizontally and laid her down on the tatami mat. He pulled the quilt over her, covered her carefully, and tucked the corners of the quilt in earnestly. After settling Hinata, Mei Zhen took his toiletries and walked into the bathroom. After a simple wash, he washed away the fatigue of the whole day. He took some dry rations, pushed open the guest room window, flashed his figure, and jumped onto the roof. The cool night breeze gently blew his silver long hair. Mei Zhen sat on the ridge of the roof, eating the dry rations and a few bites to fill his stomach. He placed his katana horizontally on his knees and formed a special seal with his hands. He closed his eyes lightly and entered the state of sword meditation. Chapter 25, Reporting the Mission. The night breeze was slightly cool, and the starlight in the sky gradually faded. Mei Zhen sat cross-legged on the roof ridge, the katana on his knees gleaming with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. His eyes were tightly closed, his breathing long and steady, his whole being merged with the deep darkness of the night. In the state of sword zen, his observation haki quietly spread, turning into an invisible web that enveloped everything around him. The rustling of wind through leaves, the roar of distant waves crashing against rocks, the minute sounds of insects crawling in the grass. Every subtle sound of all things was clearly imprinted in his mind. He calmed his heart to perceive the rhythm of all things, constantly digesting the swordsmanship experience from the peak duel between Shanks and Mihawk. Every breath made his state of mind more steady, and his will more tenacious. His own understanding of swordsmanship was also steadily improving. Don't know how much time had passed. The eastern horizon turned fish-belly white, and the morning light pierced through layers of mist. Ahem. A very slight sound came from the guest room below. Mei Zhen's observation haki, covering 100-meter range, instantly captured Hinata's heartbeat as she woke up, carrying a hint of panic. He slowly opened his eyes. Ending his sword zen meditation, he picked up his katana, leaped lightly, and landed quietly from the roof. Landing without a sound, he drifted back into the guest room through the half-open window like a falling leaf. At this time, Hinata was already fully dressed. She stood beside the tatami, her hands tightly twisting the corner of her clothes, her face full of shyness. The ambiguous scene at the bathroom door last night, and that domineering kiss, all flooded into her mind at this moment. Hearing the movement by the window, Hinata turned around abruptly. Meeting Mei Zhen's face, her cheeks turned crimson instantly, all the way to her translucent earlobes. Mei Zhen-kun. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, not daring to look up, her head almost hanging down to her chest. Mei Zhen looked at her shy and timid appearance, the corners of his lips slightly raised. He stepped forward, stretched out his large palm, and naturally rubbed her soft lavender hair. Go wash up and eat some dry rations. After Kurenai, Yuhai finishes coordinating the follow-up matters with the client, we will return to the village. Okay. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Hinata's heart thumped, and she nodded obediently. She picked up her washing utensils and walked quickly towards the bathroom. The two quickly finished washing and sat at the table to finish their simple dry rations. Pushing open the door to walk out, the courtyard was silent. Tazuna's family was nowhere to be seen, and Kurenai Yuhai and Shino Aburame had already gone out. Kurenai Yuhai and the others must have gone out for something. Mei Zhen put his hands in his pockets. Let's go for a walk. Okay, Hinata followed closely by his side. The two walked side by side on the country path, in the land of waves in the early morning. Without Gato's oppression and exploitation, the air here was exceptionally fresh, and the villagers' smiling faces could be seen everywhere. After a walk, they returned, and just as they reached the door, they saw Kurenai Yuhai and Shino were already packed and ready to go. You're back, Kurenai Yuhai raised her hand and waved. Go pack your things quickly, we are preparing to return. Hinata immediately ran back to the guest room, nimbly shouldered her supply backpack, and handed Mei Zhen's katana to him. Mei Zhen took the katana and fastened it firmly to his waist. The four didn't stop for a moment, said goodbye to Tazuna's family, and headed straight for the dock. The boatman who waited yesterday was already waiting here. Having experienced the previous battle, he was full of awe for them, bowing repeatedly to welcome everyone aboard. The sailboat broke through the waves and set sail, slowly leaving the waters of the land of waves. After a day and a night of traveling, on the evening of the second day, Team 8 arrived safely at the gate of Konoha village. Phew, finally back, Kurenai Yuhai stretched. Let's go to the Hawkeye building to report the mission first. Inside the Hawkeye office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the desk, holding a pipe, quietly listening to Kurenai Yuhai's report. When he heard about encountering the demon brothers of the Hidden Mist, and even the S-rank missing nin Zabuza Mamachi during the mission, his brows furrowed. Tazuna lied about the mission rank, actually attracting such dangerous enemies. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of thick smoke, his gaze sweeping over the 4 people below. Kurenai Yuhai, facing a powerful enemy of Zabuza's level, how did you escape safely? Kurenai Yuhai took a deep breath and reported calmly. Hokage-sama, when we encountered Zabuza, he was already seriously injured. Later, infighting occurred among Gato's subordinates. Zabuza was caught in it and died in battle. We took the opportunity to protect the client and withdraw. She deliberately concealed the truth that Mei Zhen killed Zabuza, and Haku slaughtered Gato's forces. Hiruzen's eyes were cloudy. He saw the loopholes in the report at a glance, but did not expose them in public. Regardless of the process, you successfully protected the client and completed the bridge construction, which is a great achievement. He put down his pipe, picked up the seal, and stamped it heavily on the mission scroll. This battle involved a missing ninjanin. The actual difficulty was nearly A rank. But Tazuna is not a dignitary. According to Konoha's rating rules, the mission is ultimately classified as B rank. Hiruzen paused slightly, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. The land of waves has been exploited by Gato for years. People's livelihood is withered, and Tazuna cannot afford the B rank commission. This time's remuneration will still be issued according to C rank mission standards. He looked at everyone quietly, waiting for the team's dissatisfaction and protests. Risking their lives for an A rank mission only to get C rank pay, anyone would feel unwilling. But Team 8 was unusually calm. Shino Aburame pushed up his sunglasses and remained silent. Hinata's heart was full of Mei Zhen, completely unconcerned about the amount of the reward. Mei Zhen folded his arms, his expression indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids. To him, money was just a string of cold numbers. What he truly valued was the 1% swordsmanship inheritance experience, the hearty transformation from real combat. My team has no objection to the remuneration. Kurenai Yuhai stepped forward and answered on their behalf. Very good, Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Collect your remuneration, rest for a few days, and then return to the team for training. Everyone collected their remuneration and walked out of the Hawkeye building together. Kurenai Yuhai divided the remuneration equally among the 3 and gave instructions. Everyone performed excellently on this mission, especially Mei Zhen. Dismissed today. Gather at the 3rd training ground in 3 days. Yes. Team 8 officially disbanded. Shino nodded slightly and disappeared quietly into a swarm of insects. Kurenai Yuhai used the body flicker technique and left in an instant. On the wide street, only Mei Zhen and Hinata remained. The sunset glow spilled over, dyeing Konoha's houses and buildings in warm gold. Mei Zhen walked with his hands in his pockets and a steady pace towards his own dojo. Hinata carried her backpack and followed silently by his side. They walked in silence all the way, the atmosphere subtle and gentle. Hinata gripped her backpack straps tightly, her heart beating violently. She peeked up from time to time, glancing at Mei Zhen's profile, replaying the kiss from last night in her mind repeatedly. Mei Zhen-kun, what exactly is he thinking? Her heart was pounding, full of anticipation, yet also carrying a bit of trepidation. Unknowingly, the 2 walked to the door of Mei Zhen's dojo. The moment of parting had arrived. Mei Zhen-kun, I'll go back first. Hinata stopped, lowered her head, her tone carrying a bit of disappointment, and prepared to turn and leave. Just at this moment, Mei Zhen suddenly stopped. He turned around, his deep wine-red eyes gazing quietly at the young girl in front of him. Hinata. Hinata looked up subconsciously, her pure white eyes full of confusion. Taking advantage of the moment she was stunned, Mei Zhen leaned down slightly, his tall body tilting forward gently. his handsome face rapidly enlarged in her pupils. The next second, Mei Zhen's lips gently landed on her lips. It touched and pulled away instantly, extremely gentle. There was no domineering aggression from last night, only the tenderness that struck straight to the heart. Mei Zhen straightened up, looked at the completely stunned Hinata, and smiled lightly. He turned, pushed open the door, and stepped into the dojo. On the street, only Hinata stood alone. Her mind was blank. A scalding crimson instantly crawled over her cheeks and neck, and her whole body felt extremely hot. Waves of dizziness struck. She covered her hot cheeks tightly with both hands, resisting the urge to faint. After a moment, she lowered her head, turned, and ran quickly towards the Hyuga clan's direction. Her heart beat like a drum. A shy and sweet smile couldn't help but quietly bloom at the corners of her mouth. Her heart full of unspeakable joy. And that is it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Drop a comment below. I want to know what you think is coming next. See you in the next one.